See images that are this orchestrated, organized. Like for instance, all this background, this is like a template that you'll see behind the cutout concept art that we're going to be looking at. And that's just for presentation. You know, in this case, they even, like, just to beautify it, they gave us a nice big close-up shot of Leon. And this is really just presentation stuff. It's not stuff.
This one, oh yeah, this is me, Scott, and Tim. This is when we went to New York for Once Upon a Monster, and then Scott invited us over to his house. We went up on his roof and just hung out. It was really fun.
Good Lord. Now Ray Crook is not leaving Double Fine.
No.
But he's not going to be in the office anymore, so we wanted to have one more chance to make him feel as bad as possible about moving. So that's all of our goals here today. So he misses us as much as possible and just never feels quite good about leaving. And we're going to maybe have some sort of sexy robot telepresence for Ray, hopefully one of those Segway iPad things.
No, I hope so.
Ray's, we used to joke about how every time we had an anniversary, when you stay here 5 years,
yeah,
he'd be like, you know, it's my anniversary coming up, 5 years. And I'd be like, yeah. And he goes, what if you gave out people who went to their anniversary like a piece of concept art? And I was like, oh, that's really nice. No, we're not gonna give out concept art. Because that's one-of-a-kind piece of art. It's like, I love art, you know, I've always been really valued art and the artists we work with, and that's like the family jewels, you can't have it. And then he asked again at 10 years, like, what about just some little thing? I was like, no. And then in the 15th year, we gave him a little trophy, hoping he would shut up about it. And he did, kind of, he stopped asking about it. And then when we were faced with Ray actually leaving and thinking about what Ray actually meant to the company, I was like, okay, I should give him something, and really, I should give him the #1 piece of art that the company has, which is the original drawings of Raz.
Oh, wow,
this
no.
is for you.
You don't need to. Jeez. Wow, you didn't need to do that. You didn't do that.
Yeah.
Wow, wow.
Scott Campbell did them on all over this brown paper shopping bag, and then he tore them up and he pasted them up so he could scan it. And I was digging around in the back, and I haven't seen it. It wasn't up on the wall. We've always had a color Xerox of it. And I never found it. And then I found that black folder back there covered with dust. And I opened it up, and someone had started framing it and mounted it. And I was like, oh, I got to finish this up and give it to Ray. So I gave it to Ray, and it was really hard. I did get really that kind of involuntary tightening of your throat when I was talking about it, because it was because I wanted Ray to know that he meant a lot to us.
All us nice people are hiding. We're all hiding.
Oh, what are you hiding? No, don't start. Grab that bottle, and ABC John Mark has all the details on that crime-filled night.
It was a big switch that happened in my mind of like, I could never give this stuff away, to like, of course we should give this to Ray, because it shouldn't be sitting back in a file somewhere in a dusty old folder. It should be up on Ray's wall.
Do I have to stand up?
Yeah.
Don't make me stand up. Tim was always very encouraging, and you know, said that he wanted me to do what I felt I needed to do. But then of course a new project would come, and then would get busy, and then I just felt like, okay, I can't leave. Plus I just love working here. I love the studio. It's the reason that we are still here, that we haven't moved, because of Tim, and because of all of you, and because of the amazing work that we get to do here. Just thank you all for making it a wonderful, enriching part of my life. And I am going to miss all of you. I will be coming back here and there, so I'm really excited about that. And you guys are always welcome to come out. So please know that there's always an open door and a warm bed for you if you make it out that way. I'd really love it if you came by. So that's it. Thank you, Tim. Thanks for everything and for the past 15 years. What an enriching experience. And so I hope for many more. So thanks, everybody.
Great. All right. I was so excited to see that it was the actual torn up.
Yeah, it's like the original thing that Scott did. No, if you ever
We'll
need
know
this
where
back,
it is.
you need to.
We know where it
yeah.
is.
Okay.
Come have
All
a root beer.
Okay. Thanks, Tim.
Oh, I got a message from Ray. We are driving through the Nevada desert with 3 kids and a hamster.
The cool thing was so I was out for a month for the move, and so I was completely sort of detached from the game.
There we go. That's good.
And then to come back after that month and like sync up and then put the goggles on and start playing through, that was cool. That was cool to see a lot of the ideas that we had developed that were just ideas, and to see those like actually implemented and working and sometimes even better. You know, they'd made better decisions. They had adjusted things. That was really nice to see. Yeah, the environment is very different than what we were used to. I go into my office. I say goodbye to everybody, and I just go into my little office here. Oh, let's see who's in. What time is it there? So I always keep this clock here set to California time. It's only an hour difference, but it actually helps me remember what time it actually is there. Let's see who's there. Hey, Miyuki. It's a little lonely because I really like everybody at work. I love working with all of them, and it's kind of inspirational to be around them and motivating. But having the camera on all the time is good, because people actually will come over and say good morning, and so it makes you feel like a little more attached to the office. I miss going to lunch with everybody, even just like seeing them on camera and they all get together and they're all headed out to lunch. That's a little bit sad for me. They got here at midnight on Saturday, and they're leaving today.
To take pictures of us from Utah.
Yeah.
Take pictures of us talking to you.
Yes. Yeah, so that's kind of how it works now. Tim comes over and says hi once in a while. If he comes over, he came over the other day and I wasn't at my desk, and he took a picture and then texted me and said slacker or something like that, because I wasn't sitting at my desk. But yeah, but it works out. It works out pretty well. It's very different, but it's just culturally different. This is a very different place. It's more conservative than you were used to, but hopefully we bring a little bit of Northern California here. But when I see my kids out here playing, and then I feel pretty good, about the decision. When I get to see my parents, because they're getting older, that feels good. So yeah, it just depends. There's just certain things that we love here. There's certain things that we love there, and I guess you always just have to sacrifice something, and you hope that those things you sacrificed, something else makes up for it here. I guess they're starting.
So some people have been upping their pledge, and it's still open. It's going to be open. I think we reserved like 300 or 3 million game shares, something like that. What's happening? What's happening? Hi, guys. Let's talk about the rhombus of ruin. There you are, Chad. Hello, how's the rhombus? How's the ruin?
Rhombus is doing well. We're trying to finish this game, wrap it up, so we're on the road to that. We've got a lot of playtesting through last week. We have our last bit of voice recording next week, so getting the
Wait, is that actually scheduled?
the voices, yeah.
Oh, Andy. Sure is. Don't forget it. Oh boy.
Excellent. Awesome. Yeah, I do have a dialogue request doc that I've mostly finished. Okay, that's it. Thanks, everybody.
Babies.
I don't see the babies.
Babies?
I rely on seeing the babies. Who's got the babies?
Paul's got the baby.
Paul! Oh, why is it in a bag? He's just gonna pour out a bunch of yarn.
I just want to appreciate someone who's always been a great friend to me and the rest of the guys at Two Player, and who's been very inspiring and very encouraging. And they had the chance to leave, and they didn't. And I'm glad that they're still here, and that would be Ray.
Ray! Hey, Ray!
Oh, it's weird. Wait, what am I gonna do? Holy cow, you guys.
Freeze frame it in.
The end.
Okay, all right, we'll work it out. We'll figure this out.
That's awesome. You guys are good. You guys are pretty good. Okay, that's it. All right, thanks. See you, everybody.
Bye. Love you guys.
I would like to talk about Brains. Like, how's it going? How? So if you were going to present this in a week, how do you get from here to there?
I mean, Dead Person was always one that we talked about.
Like, we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna do a brain in a jar and a dead person. I think those are too similar as a host.
What if it'd be cool if you're in a world where everything has 5 meanings somehow?
I like the Snow Globe one. I think Narcissist is a really easy set of ideas.
Crystal could be a narcissist, actually. Yeah.
Okay, well, we have a week to get this. It's a week from
Taco
today.
Tuesday. We'll know who the next president is going to be.
Everything will be so much
Oh,
better.
I can't believe we're going to know who the next president is going to be soon. Oh, God, I'm so tense about that.
Do you have anything to say to future generations right now? This may be your last statement you could make on record before a Trump presidency.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Zach McClendon to Double Flame Productions. Zach, please stand up. In case you guys didn't get that, he's the designer on Second Us too.
Whenever Grasslands is going to start, pre-production is going to start, you know Tim's just going to start taking our people.
Okay, what are the brains? What are the 10 brains?
Is it gonna be cool?
Is the story gonna be cool?
Oh shit.
We hadn't thought of that. Yeah. So we had to be in that place that we were on Day of the Tentacle. We're like over-prepared and designed. And eventually, the actual making of the game will probably be led by someone else, with me just checking in and seeing how they're screwing up my impeccable vision for it.
So they're filling in the construction site next door with concrete on a regular basis.
This morning, there was an engineering class watching it up on the landing.
Yeah.
A bunch of students and a teacher, and they're all just looking at it and pointing at it and talking about it. And I was like, hey guys, you guys a question? Like, what are the pits for?
Yeah.
Why are there pits? And they're like, oh, that's because the floor needs to be thicker there because there's going to be a strong load-bearing thing right there. So that's why there's pits.
That's all. That's what I have to do.
So you feel good about
I'll keep myself busy one way or another.
for being productive?
I mean, I don't feel great about it overall because I don't feel super productive right now, like generally, just because we don't really have a team and I want to like build a game.
That thing where we make a game.
That thing where we make a game would be cool. So this is not a super productive period for the project right now.
It's supposed to be that great thing where we get ahead on the design, where
But you don't want to get ahead of that's the trick is you don't actually want to get ahead.
a little bit.
You want to just a little bit. I feel like we're there. I feel like we're there in terms of like what we want the game to be, and I feel like we can describe the creative goals of the game. So we've been generating a lot of ideas, talking about like the global high-level creative direction and kind of creative promises of the game, organizing all that stuff while simultaneously working with Molasses Flood to get Raz up and running in the new engine.
But we have a lot of like picking the brains work to do.
Yeah.
Before we're blocked by not having a team, I think. Like a lot of like what brains can be in this game.
Yes.
And what the story is and stuff like that.
I'm blocked by having a team, not having a team.
Yeah, as far as the gameplay mechanics.
Yes, but we can figure out more of the stuff that we do want to do. It's just without a team rolling on soon. Like I'd like to work with a team on what they're excited about building. The biggest impediment has been without a team kind of on the back end applying pressure for us making decisions. It's been very easy to stay in kind of brainstorm land and sort of like come up with a lot of ideas and keep exploring all of those ideas. I don't know, when I got hired, people have talked about that, of like wrangling Tim and dealing with ideas, and I haven't really had any problems, really. I mean, ask me again in a year if I'm infuriated about some particular thing. One of the more challenging things with him, his headspace is more on Rhombus of Ruin right now. He's doing writing, he's like the writer on that project. It's hard to balance multiple things in your creative headspace like that. So I think once he gets done with GVR, it'll be a little bit more all hands on deck on Psychonauts 2.
At least in this situation, he is immersed in the same fiction.
Yeah, I mean, and there have been things already where it's like, here's a weird thing that we'd like to do with the story, and it actually affects the end of Rhombus of Ruin. And we should probably tell them, because they're going to need to change something about the end of the game.
Yeah, they're up against a tight deadline with GVR. We don't know if we feel like they're going to need some extra time. And we're talking to the publisher about that and seeing if they would be okay.
So in the meantime, I'm still going to keep ordering food Wednesday nights like I have been. I don't think there's any absolute nightmare scenarios where we have to be staying like Duncan has 3 days straight or whatever it was.
A lot of it is balance. Because it's never going to be perfect. We're not going to do everything that we want to do. That's never going to be the case because there's no lack of ideas or polish that we could put on it. But there are budgets and deadlines.
The Sony PSX is the first weekend of December, which sounds like a long time away, but
It'd be great if we didn't crunch a lot on this project, but I think we'll see how it goes in the next couple months.
Cool. All right, I think that's everything. Thanks, guys.
Ray is asleep. You're working too hard. Put his kids to bed. He looks so peaceful.
We need to plug this hole right here during this scene Because you could do this.
Oh, gee, she goes all the way up there.
Right, so the reason I'm bringing that up is this animation sequence is gigantic. It is a lot of frames. We do not have a lot of time. So my thought was, when she goes off screen, if you couldn't see through this hole, that would substantially help animation.
You can't peek around the corner.
Let's find out.
Yeah. Damn VR.
Isn't it fun? It's fun. It's the future. The future is now. But we need to keep it up, because if we don't, if this game isn't wrapping up, we're going to start hemorrhaging people regardless of whether we've done or not. So that's kind of what we have to keep in mind. Because the Psychonauts 2 train is a-coming, and we're all going to want to hop on board. Or get run over, one or the other. We may all just get run over by the Psychonauts 2 train.
So I'll get you that list as soon as I can. There's a bunch of other backloggy stuff going on. So if you are running out of stuff to work on, then let me know. I'm learning how staffing roll-on, roll-off works at Double Fine for me. It's
Shouting,
different.
complaining,
It's different. So my understanding is Emily's pretty much free right now. Jeff and Anna.
Did you say Emily?
Emily.
Psychonauts 2, our team is exponentially larger, I believe, this week. Good. Keep busy.
Also, apparently Bagel is quote-unquote sitting on his hands.
Why is he doing GVR stuff?
He apparently has nothing to do. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on what would be good to have Bagel start working on if he's doing literally nothing. So we're going to build a sexy art test. Mostly Jeff is going to build it, actually.
Mr. Sexy.
Along with doing a bunch of other pre-production materials, but this is sort of like the big thing that we're going to do a lot of rallying around. If you're going to be around, if you're not leaving on vacation, Anna, then we should also figure out, I don't know what, wasn't thinking you'd be doing anything towards this in the short term. Cool.
And Raz starts off in sort of like an abandoned mining camp, and at the end, you sort of come out onto the large quarry and you see the Psychonauts headquarters, and you know that's how we close out the little demo, or not demo. What are we calling it? Whatever.
We're demonstrating something.
We are demonstrating our competence with these things.
In Maya right now, I'm just creating assets. So like, I built out a bunch of basic block shapes, and I'm using those to define the player path and the sort of platforming distances. And once that stuff gets locked down, then I'll go in and build in actual visuals for everything based off of Emily and Bagel's concept art.
Emily's here too.
I'm here.
So it's a lot, but we'll get it done. We always do, so that's how it works.
So the idea is we have like 8 weeks before we want to present this thing, or have it in a presentable form, which means that we're trying to get it done in about 6 weeks.
So it takes place in the area around the Psychonauts headquarters, and it is primarily meant to sort of just get us used to making stuff in what a modern Psychonauts would look like.
Okay.
And I'm gonna announce at the 2:30 meeting the thing that I think most of you were here, or some of you weren't here, that Zach's gonna be the project leader of this project. I think that wasn't clear to everybody before, but we're gonna tell everybody else so everybody just knows who's in charge of what.
Stones at me at the meeting.
Boo! That's exactly what's gonna happen.
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, if by throwing stones you mean everybody going,
Not me. Dodge that bullet. Not taking the fall for that one.
and then I go on vacation.
What? Does that get to tell you what to do?
Zach's been telling me what to do for weeks. We hired Zach. I knew he had run projects before, and we kind of I didn't want to make a huge step of hiring someone from the outside and putting them in charge of a project, because I think that would make everyone's head spin, like, what, huh? And so we wanted to bring in Zach first and get to know him as a lead designer. And the one thing I'm really open to reconfiguring how we execute and produce the game compared to the first one. Like the first one, it was this thing where like a tornado and you're just trying to hang on, just stay together and get things made. You know, the first attempt we made at levels just were not working out, and we ended up reconfiguring the entire team, putting different people in charge of different things. And then we just got it done by brute force, by everyone staying here till 5 in the morning and stuff. So that's how we got the first one done, and we don't want to do that again. So now we're using, I feel like, a more logical approach, and Zach has a more level designer-based approach, which I think makes sense. As long as you don't split the game in half.
We're gonna split in thirds.
Just don't.
We're gonna split in thirds.
But also, there's a lot of just more important running of the project, and also creative things that it's great that he's pushing on and making like this art test is moving forward because he's pushing on it and he's doing the hiring and stuff like that. And I feel like I'm there we meet and talk every day, so it's not like it's gonna change the tone. I'm still gonna write dialogue like I did before. And be around for the brain design and stuff like that. It's just it'll actually happen. The game will actually happen.
Welcome team. Look at this team. It's a video game team to make a video game.
I know I said we wanted the team to get bigger, but this is a little excessive. This is just like crazy. No, we have 2D art, we have 3D art, we have effects, we have animation, we have design, we have writing, we have production.
We have no programmers.
If we got a little person who's good with the ones and the zeros, we could have a game going here. That's what I call programmers.
And we also have Key now has joined the team as well. Thank you, Headliner, for giving him up. Because we'll actually be able to get our real branch set up and start doing gameplay prototyping and code, which is awesome.
That's awesome.
Don't tell anyone, but I've been on this project for like 8 months. No one notices. No one remembers. They're like, oh yeah, actually Zach's been on Psychonauts 2 for 8 months. Seems like some stuff.
God.
I know. It'd be cool if there was a team on it too for that time. It wasn't. Yeah.
What's happening now?
I know it is. I just want some programmers. I just want some exciting programmers.
Oh, exciting ones.
Exciting. I know all programmers are exciting to me. They're all exciting programmers. And we are still working on our list of brains. We have not picked our final brains at all yet, but we'll be doing that soon. And we're still doing brainstorming with the team, but I'm hoping in the next month or so, we'll start to pick out our first round of brains for the game. So that's where we are.
We have the giant jungle gym. We like that. Say that maybe. See, you could have his brain. Random person could be that first person you meet. Cooking. Here we don't know. While Zach is busy running the team and working on that art test, I am focusing on trying to nail down what brains we're gonna have in the game. What other brains are gonna look like inside. I'm hoping I can actually. It's nice to actually. We're doing a lot of group brainstorming, so sometimes it's nice to just be alone with them, be alone with the ideas for a little while, and then go back into the group and talk about some thoughts that I had. These are the unused ideas so far. Big backup, but these don't work out. We got a lot of brains. Right, Raz is an animal. I like that one. Now that I think about it. It's important to have contrasting color pin and card. Deep fried, something I know, there'll be a deep fried mind. Or like, this is how it's really done. No, recursive Rip Van Winkle fake out. Actually, that's not bad. Like the first explosion of stuff is like, the first 50% is really fun. And then it's like, oh God, now what do you do? Now what do you do with the rest of it? Didn't look too committed, right? I don't want to
not at all.
freak out Zach.
No one could look at that and design a game, so you're fine.
I hope at least one person can. We disagree. The strongest disagreement we have is probably whether to call them cantilevers or H-poles. I mean, H-poles. What a ridiculous term, H-poles, right? That's stupid. Cantilevers, so horizontal, right? Obviously, that's what those are. And what's the other thing? He won't call it the RASM meeting. He always called it the RASM meeting, player movement meeting. So we've had some pretty knockdown, drag-out fights about those issues. I was going to ask about that too, because the thing that you don't like to call the RASM meeting, for the RASM meeting, at what point are we starting that level of polish of like, let's look at every single thing every day and like really tweak everything?
So there will be my dream is eventually there'll be a player group. Whoever wants to come to that and provide feedback can, but it's sort of like the same way that you have a level team or anybody else. It's like, yep, we're going to be working on RAS for the whole project. So we need to figure out who those people are.
Hi everybody, please join me in welcoming to Double Fine, Mr. Devin Kelly Sneed. Devin Kelly Sneed, stand up, please, stand up. Can you guys see him? Devin, can I ask you a question? Yeah. Is Oliver here? No. Oliver, great. This is great, because I heard back when you worked at LucasArts, you actually went to Oliver's bachelor party.
Yeah.
That's great. Tell us everything that happened on Oliver's bachelor.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
He's not here. I swear.
No, yeah.
He's not.
And I'm sure no one's recording this at all, right?
No. No.
I've had
pretty big appreciation for platformers for a long time. When I first started working on games just on my own as like a hobby, I was building really simple games where I just understood how the things work. So, building like asteroids or Pong, there was nothing complicated in those. At least from my perspective, I could understand the basic mechanics of them pretty clearly. And 3D platformer games were kind of sort of a mystery to me how that worked. And I guess I've kind of spent my career learning how those things work. Some games you have a lot of expressive control that's not necessarily required most of the time, but is kind of nice. Like Mario has the turnaround jump and the crouch long jump. And the more of that you have, the more tools someone has to kind of come up with creative ways to do something faster. What?
We did all this work this week, and it's not in the book.
We're kind of building out this stuff. So one of the things we were doing this sprint was we'd previously done the thing to jump from one H-pole to the next.
H-poles.
And now we wanted to also jump from an H-pole to a ledge.
Dumb.
We got the functionality in, which is what we need for level layout. Making that smooth isn't terribly important right now. We're in pre-production, but we want to be able to start building levels for the game relatively soon. And so the most important thing is that we have the moves available that level designers will need to build out a level. Like if we haven't built out how, say, a ladder works, then the level designers can't put a ladder in their level.
It was super terrifying and maybe...
You should just go for the platform.
Oh, fuck. Okay,
not what
okay. All right.
And this is just a sweet, like...
Yeah.
Now you're trapped forever.
No, I got it. I got this.
Are you trapped forever?
Yeah, there's no way to get out of there.
Yeah,
The
there's
float
got to be a death
is
thing, right?
It's very linear.
No, there's no.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. This is the Time Bandits level.
One day.
I just have to restart it. Okay. I got to the end. You guys saw I got to the end. Yeah, I mean, it's all interesting. The only one I really don't think we're gonna stick with that 4-balloon side float, just because it's. Even though I get that well, we can talk about it more. But
What was the old one?
The old one was just a little.
he's kind of like hanging on for his life on the balloon, like it's a balloon.
Yeah, when you open the inventory, it's his thought bubble that he's floating.
Think about the airplane gesture. That we can talk about that.
All right, and then what exciting stuff are people working on next week? Do we know?
This still?
Yes. Here's the question I would like to ask, because all of this is like not new to me, but I don't know how the role is defined. What is my fiscal responsibility to this project? That you would like, if I screw it up, you're like, that was supposed to be your job. Why didn't you do it? Because like lead designer coming in, I'm going to tell you, like I'm going to help. Like this game's going to be great. Do everything I can to make the game great. Make sure we hire the right people. Make sure the game, everything about it is good. That's my responsibility. But now I'm in the project lead role, and so I don't know how that connects specifically to budgetary constraints.
I mean, the project leads do have to get the game done with the money that we're able to generate for it, right?
Yeah.
There is both the stuff you're doing now, which is to advocate for the quality of your game.
Yeah.
Which means pushing us and management to get the most money we can.
Yeah.
Right? You're just like, look, this is the best version of the game that we can make.
Yeah.
But then also, as the actual budget gets more locked in, realize that okay, and we have to make a game for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There still isn't a publisher attached.
Mm-hmm. We would like to have this signed before the end of the year. It's not like we run out of money then, but it's just we don't want to get that close.
We're starting to do like next round of publisher pitches.
They're going to wonder why we need money now, right? And why we're not just going to defer that.
Yeah, and I feel like we can let them in on some of that, which is just like I think we've always talked about how we have this money from FIG now, so it allows us to get moving on stuff to where we can wait on a decision. And so I think it's just letting them know we're getting to the point where we need to start having money coming in from outside the studio as well.
You know, we're not in the position, usually we're like, we can't start a game before we have a publisher, so we're really desperate for like, oh my God, we're gonna run out of money in 2 weeks, can you please just sign this? And we'll take any terms you want. And this time we have money, we don't we could start the game, we could get a prototype made before we signed it. So I haven't really been pushing them to like make a decision right away. But now we decided we need a publisher, a partner to make sure we know what game we're making before we leave pre-production, because we can't leave pre-production without knowing what game we're making. And you don't know what game you're making until you know your final budget.
They want to see that there's a plan, but they also probably want to see there's also a risk mitigation plan as well, because I think that's going to be a part of it, where it's like, that's awesome. If everything goes to plan, looks great, but as everybody knows, it's not going to happen.
Should add $300,000 to it. So if we have more, that changes, how many brains we have in the game, how big the game is. So we're holding out for the best deal we can get.
Is there a point when you're going to start worrying that there isn't a publisher? Like how many
I'm
months?
always worried there's no publisher. We hit a certain amount of money, we just have to get that much money, and we're going to go until we get it. And we, in the history of Double Fine, that is just a position we've been in many times. We're like, well, I guess we got to get that money. We got to just hit the road, constantly having meetings until we make it happen.
Yeah, and that is the other key risk as well, is everybody who wants to see prototypes wants to play the prototypes, and they are not there, that I think you can put it in someone's hand and persuade them that they should sign this game based on the experience of playing the game.
I feel like what we can show now will get them excited again, maybe, and get them to come out eventually.
It'll get them excited in the room, and then they will go off and be like, well, we didn't really think they wouldn't be able to make nice art. Like that's always been my experience with a level test, is like it gets a great, like an art test, is it gets a great in-room reaction from people, but it doesn't actually convince them that you can make the game.
What do they say outside the room? They get a good reaction, and then they leave the room, they're like,
well, can't wait to see a game there. You know what I mean? Like that. I don't think anyone is going into a Psychonauts meeting afraid that Double Fine can't deliver really good art.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think that's a primary risk. I think we need to get the gameplay to a point where we can put it in someone's hands, and we have a lot of confidence internally that, like, when you play this game, it feels great and it is fun to play. And that's the thing that'll get people excited about actually signing the game. So I will try to think of other ways that we can reallocate resources. We got Devin on the team now. He's going to be focused on player stuff. We can do some fundamentals there. But it's still realistically just a ways off. Yep. Long term, we're going to need some metrics. Like, we should just not be putting this at oblique angles, because this is bad. This is bad stuff. Zach did all the turnarounds.
This I just noticed I'm going to fix. Going this way, the rope is a little below. But I'm going to take a look. I don't know.
Like, honestly, like, this kind of stuff is...
I'm going to fix that leg, too. I don't know.
All right, well, you can fix it if you really want to. It's just, I think this is like...
No, it shouldn't look like that.
It's good. It's really good right now.
This is... Okay. I'm glad you like it.
This is like at the level, like if the primitives and moves are at this level coming out of pre-production, we are in really good shape.
Okay.
And then we can nitpick stuff as it becomes the most horrible thing that's in the game, because this is actually pretty good.
For like the basic moveset of Raz, so how he runs, jumps, attaches to things, in terms of on the implementation side is me, but then a lot of work from Zach on animation.
Are people aware of what I fixed on this? It was the turnaround, basically. Now he knows which way is forward, and he just does this, and then the other way is forward.
Yeah, he goes
the other foot's forward. So we have no.
It's not really critical to our test, but for the full game, we need that could be like a little more acrobatic. Like he could do a little pop.
Little pop, yeah.
Like a little like wow. I don't know if that would
turn around.
Yeah. Like it seems like that's something that trick that an acrobat would do right there.
Yeah.
Turning around.
Yep.
As long as, walk on his hands. As long as it can be quick.
Yeah, I mean that'll actually help it be quicker as well.
And it's something to explore.
Just focusing on, strong poses. So Raz always feels cool, and you feel cool playing him by extension. A lot of these animations, I would just pull up the first game and be like, see what they did. And I was surprised by, there were some things, you immediately could see could be improved, but there were some things they did that I was actually pleasantly surprised by. He's leading with the right shoulder, actually. Yeah, the one I did was more, I think, on the toes. Hey, whoa, this feels really floaty. Wow. It feels so heavy. The cars is you jump right away. Yeah. 10 years.
Yes, so how do we go from that list of all the ideas we have to, here are the 11 brains in the game. We have a shorthand understanding of what they are, so that we can kick them off. We have a level team, and we're like, all right, we're going to do this brain. Here's what we know about it.
Cold open. Yep. Right now it's the casino patron or something. The first brain, the mission.
Yeah. Spy mission brain.
3 HQ brains.
Yep.
3 Ford brains.
Yep.
Notice these are smaller. right?
The card's smaller, so clearly that's less work. So
So it's not bad to put deep fried on something? Ooh, deep fried macaroni world. We don't really have a concept for Gristle's brain at all, except for it's like an expository thing.
Yeah,
Should it be a level?
I think it should be. I mean, I don't know. I like the idea of like you going in and you think it's Truman's brain, and it's like Potemkin Village that like falls apart. I think there's a lot of fun things you could do about that. Of like, you know, it looks like a movie set. It looks different from different angles. Like I think a team could do something super exciting with just that part of it.
And this made me laugh. Port impulse control hairdresser. See, he laughed. See,
he's got the vault.
It also sounds like that could be a funny thing for Ford to be.
Yeah.
Like maybe that's better down there anyway. Ford 2.
I would like to have something that we could put in front of the team in 2 weeks.
All right. Because either way, it'll start slowing down by then.
So here is a good attitude to take for looking at this thing. You are either a publisher or consumer of video games, and this thing is happening in front of you, and here's stuff that's not done yet. And so everything that needs to be fixed, we should be calling out at this point. If it's not good, and it's not on a path to being good, and we don't understand how it's going to be good, we should talk about how we're going to fix that. Such as, I should be able to TK this thing off of there. You can wiggle it, but you can't. We need to get water and water effects for the river in.
That one tree's a little high.
Shouldn't be floating in
There's
there.
a floating tree in the campground.
There needs just, Tucker, can you put a foliage pass?
Yeah.
That needs to happen.
We should put a secret up there.
Ah, my brains.
Yeah.
Oh, you're behind the wheel.
Oh, God. Did it. There's also, from like a compositional standpoint, coming in here, you're totally looking at this barren rock wall, and there's all this like nice trees up above the view line. Like, do we want to think about pulling that in, about like shaving it off so that there's like more of a canyon right there, like?
I think a waterfall would do that.
Like a little tiny spray waterfall. Do you think that's feasible to put in there?
Yeah.
Do you want to just do something interesting there, or do you want to do a waterfall? So one of the things that's also missing from this is any sort of like good interactive statement of what we're trying to do with Raz's powers and interacting with the environment and solving puzzles and all of that. We're not gonna have any combat because we're not far enough along. But we talked about having like one simple puzzle in there would be the ability to like TK the end of a tightrope and then plant it somewhere else. So basically you'd be able to like uproot one end of the tightrope and plop it back into a specific slot, which is like using your powers to interact with the environment and solve a puzzle that lets you navigate through the world. But I do think it like sets the tone for the kind of interactions we would want to say this game would be doing versus the first game.
It's definitely a thing.
So it's like a
So
place.
but TK couldn't reach all the way across this length, for example.
Yeah, why not?
You really?
Yeah. I mean,
Seems
real
like-
TK in real life?
It does seem like, well, if you could pick up objects that far away, are you gonna be able to pick up objects that far away all over the game? It seems like it'd be.
Yeah. What do you want to
Oh,
do? That's what,
God.
That's like the definition of TK is you can pick up stuff that's
Just
far
that it's
away.
a little hard to tell because that means there's just so many more objects to choose from when you're picking up things. That,
If that's going to be like a puzzle constraint, then it has to be farther than his like jump, right? Like because then it's just why do it?
So like that tightrope could go. The near tightrope could be stuck in that wall on the right.
Is that something that we could do in the next 2 weeks?
Maybe we should look at it.
All right.
Put it on the list.
All right, so let's put that on the list.
Bravely put it on the list.
I think.
Okay, I'm gonna go meet with Lee.
Okay.
You guys have fun.
All right.
In general.
Yeah.
I've got one already. You get
Thank
two?
you.
Okay.
I don't think we can even detail all the work that needs to be done on this area because there's literally nothing
an
there
entirely
yet.
different meeting. Yeah.
I don't know how we feel about the ability to polish this thing up in the next 2 weeks. It seems. I mean, I've definitely seen things come together very, very quickly, but it feels like. So the other part of it is, I'd originally pitched this as something that we would use to launch our reveal of the game to publishers. Since that time, we decided that basically BizDev and Greg were people like, we need to get on this now. The broader question I have for people is, does this feel interesting enough?
If I had to compare what this is missing from something that is a Psychonauts level, Raz talks all the time about everything he sees.
Yeah, there's a lot that doesn't make it feel alive, in my opinion. Like that's
There's
pretty
not a lot
much
of movement
yeah.
right now. I mean, the water wheel, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
I can tell you I'll prioritize music because that will help.
Yep.
Yes.
because it is like a not a throwaway thing, but it was sort of like meant to be small in scope so that we could learn some stuff and then get on to making a real level. So if we push this out like very far into October, that means we essentially will be pushing off the kickoff of real levels.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, just because like we need to understand how to do all this stuff, and I feel like we don't. And so having a good idea of like what does it really take to make that last 90%, and what does it mean in terms of like world detail and Raz's reactions and environmental storytelling and like
camera.
I do think a big part of that too is like getting. Well, man, we don't have an art director, so that's a big problem. But like, parts of this would feel more Psychonauts if the materials were more harmonious and defined as something that looks like it's from Psychonauts.
who do we have internally that we feel could do that work?
One of these Mario Kart trees? Yeah, it does. I say that every single time I look at them. Man, I'm hungry. Anybody have any sea salt?
Levi joined the team on Monday, tasked him with sort of figuring out core aesthetic direction in terms of like palette, mood, lighting, composition for the art test level. All right, so the thing, so Levi's on the team now?
Yay! Hooray!
Is it short for anything, Levi?
Leviticus.
Is it really?
No.
Oh, damn it!
We don't have a art director right now, so there are a lot of senior roles that still need to be filled. So I'm bridging the gap by working together with Jeff. He's a world builder lead, so he knows a lot more on the structure and getting the world built. So he's taking that part on and orchestrating that, and I'm kind of looking at what else needs to be filled up till we get a art director, if we do.
These trees feel great, though. I just love being next to these things, and like they're
big, giant.
Makes you feel really small in a really cool way.
And we're trying to bridge the gap with what people expect Psychonauts to be and what we think it always could have been. It looks like a Reese's peanut butter cup that you should not eat because you found it. But respecting and noticing what we felt was awesome about the original one. And it's not the low-res textures on the PS2, I'll tell you that. I'm going to sync up and get that all set up and see the current state of lighting. I think it would be nice to breathe some more color into the fog.
No, I mean, one problem is we have not been able to hire some senior positions yet in the project. We've been very picky with art director for obvious reasons, and so we still haven't hired an art director. We've gotten some help from Lee.
Okay, do you want to look at the level from the beginning?
Sure. And the lighting has changed quite a bit too, right?
Yes, Levi did a pass on the lighting.
Yeah, cool. You know, it definitely looks a ton better. How should I say this? I think there's a path for making Psychonauts 2 that will look fine to most people. No one will complain about it. And I think you guys are already on that path, right? And there's possibly an opportunity to do something much more intentional looking that stands out in a different way. That would be more memorable, and people, just like, I don't know, like when Wind Waker came out, everyone was like, oh my God, that game looks so different, right? And part of it's the design of the characters, but a lot of it was just the fact that they were like, fuck it, we're flat shaded.
Yeah, I have a tough time thinking about us succeeding at that without having a full-time art director and graphics R&D time.
For sure, for sure. I just bring it up as something to always kind of keep in the back, and maybe the answer is you don't want to do that in your overworld. Instead, you want to push it in really strong in tangents within the brains.
We're continuing on. Like we didn't fully get it fully figured out. I feel in GBR. Like we did a good job, but we're now just like kind of taking a second stab at it.
If I keep any more people away from Psychonauts 2, they're gonna start yelling at me.
They're like crunching away on GBR right now, but the roll-off, like, I don't know. I also don't know if the roll-offs are gonna happen exactly when I've been told they're gonna happen.
I'm fighting them off as long as I can. There's a lot of pressure. Everyone should know that. There's a lot of pressure. Psychonauts 2 is beginning to really get going, which is a good thing, but there's a lot of pressure. It's not just we need to get Get this game done because we need to get it on sale, and we need to get this game done because Psychonauts 2 needs us, needs our help, all of us. So there's a lot. It's not just about getting this game done on time. It's about like let's get going on the big one, which is Psychonauts 2.
He dived in and relit it, redid the fog, started doing paint overs, so that stuff's like much better looking right now. Took a big burden off Jeff, so Jeff is able to do more like actual world art work. And those two guys have like a really good working relationship. And so Ryan just started, and so Ryan now is doing the design aspect of that, and so that's starting to.
How long has Ryan been here?
He started Monday.
We have a new team member who we hired, Ryan Madsen, joined our team as lead level designer.
Ryan, where have you come to us from?
Previously, I worked at Crystal Dynamics for a while. I worked at 2K for many years. So
That's where he was.
Yeah, that's how I know Zach. Before that, I worked at.
It's like we're gonna.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Zach's talking right now.
Thank you, and welcome to Double Fine. Ryan, watch out! That's weird. Why did that? You might want to catch that speaker before it rips out of the cord. We'll get it.
And so, in addition to the artwork that's been going on in that level, I've come in and started, working on some of the paths through the level in terms of the platforming aspects, in terms of trying to find what that platforming pacing feels like, using some of the initial primitives that we've built, getting some interesting flows through the level as well.
You have not put any of the movable tight ropes in at all yet.
This one.
Oh, this one is movable now. Oh, and it's
you can
just
grab it and then move it up.
I can try to grab it.
Yeah, you have to aim. It's pretty tough.
Not what I wanted. Okay, this is different than the layout we had initially sort of talked about, but I think it's all right. So there's things there. Oh,
it doesn't snap or anything either.
Yeah. Key's gonna do the snap. So. Oh, I just like let go of it, right? Yeah.
You cancel out of it. Beat.
Bonk. Right. Yeah. So, look
See
at that.
what I mean?
Look at that. Oh.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. All right. I don't know how we'll fix that. Let's think.
A screen space auto snapping.
Oh yeah, where it's like.
To whatever the socketed items we want it to position to.
Yep. And if you get close enough in screen space, it just goes boonk back into the thing. Let's try that. That's better. Look, we did it, everyone. All right.
Can you walk on it?
Yeah.
Awesome. Did you show him the tracking you did with R? We should when you hit R. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's.
It's just good to see discontinuities in the motion. Yeah. It's really helpful for me, and we can really polish that stuff. And actually, Devin implemented a pretty cool thing where he is drawing Raz's center of gravity motion on every frame, which is super helpful because we can check. Look at that. That's beautiful, right? I mean, when it's like that, that's what we want. It needs to be smooth and continuous.
For a while, I'd been thinking I needed something like that. Sometimes I would do a move in the game and it would feel wrong. Something looked wrong, but I couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with it.
In animation, a lot of times you feel something's wrong, but you can't quite tell what it is. This helps us do that in game. That feels pretty good, right? This is nice, right? This feels great and looks great. This there's some issues here, and then just having a tool like that will allow us to get the last 5% and just make it feel really, really good.
All right, so all of this is working pretty well. Like, I think that's probably just like done for right now.
Okay.
I don't think we should really touch more of it.
I think some of it feels good and some of it feels bad. It's going to be a couple of years of a lot of work to make everything feel good.
So, if you remember the first one, host, mental condition, the setting, the aesthetics, and the twists. So the cold open for the game was you start inside of, we don't realize where you are, it's just Raz is inside an office space, which is like boring 9-to-5 world. You realize you're in Lobato's brain, and they're trying to figure out who hired Lobato to kidnap Truman. So he's been booby-trapped against this exact same course of inquisition, and it just goes nuts, and you guys fail, but you get the one clue, which is the word Maligula, which you find. Maligula.
It's a sled.
And they're like, what, Maligula, the crazy old psychic who almost destroyed half of Eastern Europe? Yes. We had some favorite brains that we wanted to go into. There's a brain in a jar. The brain, is without any sort of physical stimuli, is just like in his own mind, listening to his own thoughts all the time, kind of overwhelmed with his own voice. You go into a bowling alley shoe, and there's a whole world of germs in there, and the germs have their own bowling alley inside the shoe. The town drunk just because he's hiding a secret, like there's something really horrible in his past or in the village's past, that's why he drinks, because he doesn't want to think about it. And when he's sober, he's haunted by these ideas, like ghosts are haunting it. But when he's drunk, it's like this. It's like a drowned world where the whole village, just all the ghosts get washed away, and he can tolerate it.
Like an ocean of alcohol.
Yeah, yeah. A little bit like an ocean of alcohol, like a Porky Pig anti-drinking cartoon from the 50s.
Was that a thing?
Just because I've always wanted to recreate Wet Dry World from Mario 64, but just like a world that's flooded, and then it's not flooded, and there's ghosts, and there's not ghosts, and stuff. You'll notice some of my favorite ones are still not in here. Bathhouse cooking still hasn't found a home. Deep fried hasn't found a place. You think we're shipping this game without something deep fried? You are wrong. And deep frying could go with that, obviously.
Deep fried bathhouse cooking.
Deep fried bathhouse cooking. You can basically cook all the pasta and then make it all pliable, and there's weird things that can hurt you when they're dry macaroni, but they're more brittle, so you can punch through them. So maybe you have to dry the macaroni, or
Would it just be macaroni or all kinds of pasta? Because you'd want like lasagna sheet walls and little corkscrews.
I'm not sophisticated. When I say macaroni, I mean anything you could glue to a paper plate.
All right, I think we're done. Sounds like we're done.
Okay. Thanks, you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. What are you guys working on?
Nothing. Making the video game.
Yeah, and so we're looking at it Monday?
Yeah, we're gonna show what we're doing the film.
Also quick about that. Why is that? Rocket League.
All right. Now we are going to see the beauty of Psychonauts 2 finished.
Yeah, so you start off in kind of an old abandoned miners camp. Got some squirrels running around. Anna's been working on our early AI infrastructure. So we've got these guys running around on waypoints. We did not get in the little acorn you could throw and have them chase, but that's coming soon. So that's exciting. We've got first pass at the new TK in here, which he worked a lot on, and then Jeremy Mitchell did the cool effects for. So now you can actually pick stuff up, like this bucket. Oh, I didn't mean to pick up that bucket. And you can move it around in 3D space and place it wherever you want. We've got this TK tightrope kind of puzzle where you actually can TK the end of the tightrope and move it over to the next post and snap it on there, which is cool, and jump across there. We don't have many secrets in this, but we do have this one area, which is like where the cool teens hang out, who work as interns. This is some of Emily's concept art, making fun of the people who would be teachers for the interns. And then the idea was at the end we were going to show sort of a long shot of the actual quarry area to give people an idea of kind of the size and explorability of the space. We didn't quite finish that totally, so it's not quite as polished as everything else. But it does have at least a little bit of kind of the complexity that we're thinking about doing for that. Yeah. So that's what we got for Psychonauts 2 so far. Yay! Did I forget anybody? Was there like the one person I forgot to call out?
That's a feature. Yeah, exciting. So everyone's off this, or is anyone doing last minute things on it?
I mean, we could. It's just like there has to be like a reason to. I don't think we would have done something of this scope. Like that end was not anything that we're going to learn anything super useful from. So I just was like, let's just stop working on it. It's all going to be in production for the whole game. Yeah. So almost everything in there is like the jump is going to get totally refactored. Ground movement's still going to get retuned. Like I would love to hear the feedback. Yeah. Totally. Like any feedback you have is good feedback.
I just wish the audio. That's the only thing I wish the audio of hitting your fingers on things is one of the most satisfying things in platforming is when you catch a ledge.
Yeah.
And there's no.
Do you want audio or you want grunts? You want raps?
No,
to be
it's like that. You know that Nathan Drake fingers hitting a ledge sound?
No, I don't actually. It doesn't. I don't.
Leather. Graz's leather.
I don't know what it sounds like. I couldn't tell you. Different things sound good.
Beginnings of those ideas, and then the synesthesia in that case would kind of relate to the memory. But I think you're right that we need something more visually, tying it together.
Yeah, it's not just visually, it's sort of thematically of like what ultimately is my goal, why am I in this level, and what am I trying to do?
Is it saying that senses are keys that unlock memories?
Yeah, so
That's the end of the question. Yeah. We had some favorite brains that we wanted to go into. There's a brain in a jar.
It's just without a team rolling on soon. Like I'd like to work with a team on what they're excited about building.
Zach's going to be the project leader of this project. Zach has a more level designer based approach, which I think makes sense. Look at this team.
Psychonauts 2 is beginning to really get going. I'm fighting them off as long as I can.
Is there a point when you're going to start worrying that there isn't a publisher? Like how many
I'm always worried there's no publisher. Hi, everybody. Hello. Happy New Year. Welcome back to Double Fine. Thank you for working here another year, at least. One more year. One more year. Nathan, are you there?
Yes.
Happy 16-year anniversary, Nathan.
That's crazy. Wow, it seems like last year was just not that long ago.
Good one.
That's true. That's true. Seems like it's only been 15 years, but it's been 16. That's crazy. Let's talk about what's been going on this last week. What's been going on in the world of business, Mr. Rice?
No, we're just hopping back on all those deals, which we had some conversations over the break about, mostly with Starbreeze and which are kind of like leading the pack right now. So yeah, I have like a huge tracking doc that I've been using for publishers. And I think at this point it was something like 30 that we had pitched. With the hope that we'd get to this point where there's like one we're excited about that's committed and similarly gives us this term sheet that's ready to be signed that we can then kind of use to feel everybody out and see, what's going to be best. And I think the thing that eventually kind of pushed it forward was the whole time the team was working on the game. So we kept getting more and more things that we could show to the publishers that got them excited. And that's what really kind of sped things up because everyone was like, oh, this looks beautiful and you guys are making a real game and I can see it on screen. So once we started kind of doing tour with that, I think people started perking up a bit more. So Starbreeze is working on the first draft of our deal with them. Maybe even this week we might see something, he said. So just kind of watching the inbox, waiting for that, see what comes back. But things are sounding good with them.
So tomorrow we should have a meeting, if you have time, to talk about what we're going to do about Starbreeze.
Yep.
Because Starbreeze was a good meeting. They seem generally really interested. The main guy...
Mr. Starbreeze. Ted Starbreeze.
Yeah. He was talking about, he kept using the term, but I think they're talking about how they're very excited about it, otherwise they wouldn't have us out. Not that they paid for us to come out there, but he's like, but just what if we spent, isn't there a way to spend the money more wisely? And he kept using that term, spend the money more wisely. And I know it's annoying, and I'm sorry you have to go through all this.
Oh, no, it's fine. I mean, I'm used to all this. I'd rather do it.
I know, but I don't want to be used to it. I want to forget what this is like.
At least we're having a sane conversation about it.
about the game? Did they give us any feedback on?
They had their risks were like, what if it was bad in the ways that Psychonauts 1 was bad? To the responses, like, what if it wasn't? What if it was good in all the ways Psychonauts 1 was good? And then all the stuff that was bad was instead, that stuff was also good.
Why do I not think of this stuff? I was just gonna say, do you know who I fucking am?
They're coming out from Europe, right?
Do you have any new things to show or show and tell?
Well, we'll have the quarry. You guys probably saw this on the video that we put together. So this was our initial art test.
What do you feel are the biggest challenges right now, or the biggest challenge right now in the game development itself?
I feel really good about where we are creatively. In fact, I feel better about this project creatively than anything I've ever worked on in terms of like knowing what it is and knowing what we're trying to do and feeling good about the goals. And so I think our two biggest challenges are like the actual just boots on the ground construction of everything. You know, the levels in Psychonauts are incredibly creative, and it's important to me that those creations are driven from the teams working on them, that it isn't like Tim goes off and writes a bunch of specs of what brains should be, and then people just go make it. They're going to be great because the people who are working on them also are very creatively driven and are coming up with their own ideas.
Share the rest of them, because
Sure. Absolutely.
And everybody seems very excited about it over there, so all signs point to yes. So hopefully that'll go well.
I think Robinson Ruin, the VR game, was our proof that we could revisit the heart of the game again. Oh, it feels emotionally like Psychonauts again. Like it feels like I'm with those characters again, and they feel the same way they did before, and it does pick up right after the action of the first game, and so I think that test was very successful. Let's talk about the Rhombus of Ruin. What's happening in the Rhombus of Ruin this week? You guys are close.
Submitting submission build middle of the month. So we're trying to get all our bugs down to 0. Last little bits tied off.
Tying it off.
Tying it off. Yeah. It's better than Lee. He would say pinch it off. So I'm just going to tie it off.
Yeah, you can pinch, but then eventually it's going to leak again. But if you tie it off.
Tie it off.
Oh, woo, okay. Someone sew this up. Okay, that's how we end projects around here.
Originally, we were shooting for being at this point in the end of October.
I think it's come out to about 3 more months of additional time, which is helping us, because I think we would have been able to ship the game, but it would have been rough, buggy. Because we got the extra time, we were able to go, okay, we don't have to do that.
Anyway, so this is my current last remaining A bug. It's a critical bug, because it means the player cannot finish the level if this happens. And essentially, this is in the train. I'm about to complete the train car puzzle. And the bug is that once this happens, if I jump back to this yellow fish, the game should be stuck at that point. I shouldn't be able to actually go anywhere else, and I cannot finish the game. Let's see what happens. Ooh. This is a crash. This is not the bug that they're talking about. So now I have found a different bug that I need to fix. Thanks, guys.
And Sony's been great. They are telling us, well, make the game the best you can and don't worry too much about the submission dates. Let's try to hold to it, but they're flexible. We're not. Psychonauts 2 isn't. We need to get those people over to Psychonauts 2. We need to start working on that game, and I know that. Working at a place like Double Fine, where there's a lot of people sharing talent, because just like I was talking about expectations, when you think you're going to be done with the game, there's another team of people who their expectation is that I'm going to get that person and that person and that person to start working for me at this point.
When Emily eventually rolled off the team and was pulled on to help with that, it was really kind of tough because, some of her soul is in GVR and her daily contributions and comments were valued. With Ray leaving and her kind of being pulled on to other stuff, it was kind of like a little of that soul being pulled away. You want to kind of keep that going.
They really wanted to get Rusty, the character artist, going. They need to start getting character models going. So I kind of was able to say, okay, animators, artists are going to get ready for Psychonauts 2 first thing in January. And we've been able to hold to that, which is really good. That isn't to say I've had to go to Ray or Rusty a couple times and say, I need you to fix a bug. And they've been able to. And the Psychonauts 2 team understands that. If I need them to fix one thing, okay, they can fix one thing. So there has definitely been some bargaining with the Psychonauts 2 team. I can imagine they're not exactly thrilled. I know they need programmers.
I feel like we've been in first gear for a long time that I'm looking forward to when we hit pedal to the metal.
Second gear.
Most of the tech work we're doing will be stuff that's used by other projects. So in that sense, our project itself has been pre-production for a lot of those. If we hadn't done our project, they would be spending an extra 8 months, an extra year getting their engine ramped up. So hasn't been too bad in that sense. It's studio-wide knowledge that we have. Like I mentioned, Aaron gave a talk on some of his optimization techniques, and for him it was really a chance to take charge as sort of optimization guru on it.
Hello everyone, I'm Aaron Jacobs, and I'm here to talk to you about how to squeeze performance out of your VR games. First, just a brief bit about me.
And for him to make strides in that, make progress not only as himself, but then to see him actually go and present it at a technical conference and show what he'd learned was, heartwarming to see.
I would like to thank Chad Dawson, our project lead, for encouraging me to do this talk in the first place. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
How does the team feel to be moving off of that project onto Psychonauts 2? Do you feel like there's like fresh blood, you're getting dunk in?
You said you feel like you've got fresh blood to dunk in? Like Dracula eating a cruller? Fresh blood. There's a lot of Unreal expertise that's going to come off of GVR that will help a lot with Psychonauts 2. Hopefully they're not sick of the Psychonauts. Hopefully no one is sick of the Psychonauts.
I'm not worried about the hail, I'm worried about the chill. I sit right there.
I want to first start off by having a big round of applause for the Rhombus of Ruin team. Congratulations on shipping that awesome game today. Amazing. And you guys on the camera, it's out in the wild. I'm getting to the lovely, lovely people tweeting about it to me, saying lovely things.
I think it's really fun to go back to the Psychonauts universe. You forget how much you
Oh my
missed
God,
that.
absolutely.
Especially like seeing the characters all around you again, and even just seeing the UI and just the abstract, wonky art design. Like, I think there is a thrill in looking around just on the art of the environment and seeing these characters
interacting
up
with the characters
close.
for sure.
But people
like,
saying awesome stuff. I brought some quotes to
No quotes.
read out for you. For fans of the franchise or VR homeowners hungry for something new, this is one of the best experiences you'll find on the headset. It's nothing short of incredible and has me counting the months until Psychonauts 2.
It's awesome. Was that Chad?
Yes,
Who was that? It's really nice to see something great and seeing Psychonauts back out in the world after all these years. All right, good update. Is that your last update on GVR?
Probably his last update, yeah.
Check in next week just to see if anything happened. Let's talk about Psychonauts 2. What's going on with Psychonauts 2?
What is going on with Psychonauts 2? So we are trying to get our shit together to do actual sprint planning and move into doing real production work. So we're hoping to kick off a couple of levels this month.
And that works with the lead text on there?
It barely doesn't work.
It barely doesn't.
It only barely doesn't work.
We're gonna need to figure out like how many character designs we can get from you over like a set period of time.
Okay, I just want to make sure that before it does go final, I get a chance to make some comments, because I remember with the GVR, I had made some comments on Sasha and Mia and certain things. So I was like, yeah, I wish we could turn the joints to be the same distance and things like that. But they say, oh, we're not on them yet. We're still working on Raz. And then I hadn't heard about it, and then the game was done. So if we could aside from that, I don't know. It's just something if we could work into being able to kind of check out some of that stuff,
Yeah. We'll try to figure out how to where in the pipeline for the characters we can put that to make sure it always goes in front of you.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. It sounds good.
And Scott is starting to tear through all the character concepts.
Hey, Scott Campbell.
Oh, your Christmas tree's still up.
Merry Christmas. So's mine. So's mine.
Yay.
Are those trees on your sweater? What's on your sweater?
It's little people.
Like a little,
It's little people. It's like little tourist people. They've all got like suitcases and cameras.
This makes me feel inspired. I like being in this room with you guys. This is cool.
Okay, so we've only got like 20 minutes now, so there's so much to talk about.
Zach was late.
Why would you say that? Next up, the interns. There's a lot of really good stuff here. I love these ones.
Wow. What is that outfit? It looks almost Spanish or like Chilean. Whoa, look at funky tattoos girl is really, I like her. She's really scrappy.
Yeah, okay.
I love all these guys. These are so great. I love the B guy with his crazy tattoo. Glasses lady, the F girl is cool.
Yeah.
Whoa. But it's been awesome having Scott, because I'm really bad about keeping in touch with people. I'm like, oh, this has really gotten me to talk to Scott every week on Skype. And having him create characters for the game, it's just one way we don't have to worry about matching Psychonauts 1. Like when you're doing a sequel, you're like, well, this has the same feeling and be as good as the first game. And I can feel like just as soon as we saw the first characters and see Frazee being modeled by Rusty, you're just like, yes, this feels really good. This feels exactly like what the characters should look like. And that's just from having Scott on the project and Rusty.
That one's good.
I like. Do you know how there's a big in Latin culture? There's a big Morrissey following. You ever seen that?
Yes, there is. That actually would be a pretty good one there.
I feel like we're really lucky in how much time we've got from Scott because I didn't think we were going to have that much. I thought we were just going to do some consulting, but we just keep asking for more of his time. And he keeps giving it to us, and I think he enjoys it. He told me he did. He could be lying, but he's doing good work, so I'm not going to question it.
So, so a couple things. We should figure out how many interns we are going to make for the game, because if we just pick all the ones we like, we'll have 30.
I was just going to say 30. That's great that we're thinking
and we've already got 30 other characters, so I would think 4. 4 is enough to have...
What? It's not 30.
It's not 30. That's not that many. But it's 4, which is a bigger number than 3.
And if one of his sisters joins, that gives you nice.
You just want her to show up?
Well, like if the dad talked you into the thing. So,
you can have a big side quest. We'll do a side quest for it. A little side quest.
I'm just saying she shows up in the cutscene. Like I'm just thinking there's this thing where you're trying to, okay, I got them off the front lawn. They're off in the campsite. They're never going to come around again. I don't want anyone to know I'm related to these guys.
Yeah.
And the sister shows up and said, Dad said you have to put me in the intern program.
Yeah.
And she's just one of the interns from then on,
Who are you talking about?
Raz's sister.
Yeah, the 12-year-old sister.
Except we're trying to establish that the intern program is actually hard to get into, and Raz is less qualified than everybody else, and he's kind of and then his sister just rolls in and does it. Seems like it kind of undermines.
Well, they turn that on him. They're like, oh, you think you can just get her?
I think you just get the joke and then you send her home. Like you get the embarrassment of her showing up and trying to get in, and I think anyway. Point being,
writing problem.
Writer will fix it.
So whether or not we have the sister, how many of the interns are we trying to get? I would say 4. We get two boys, 2 girls.
You don't want to do 6 so you can cut 2 later? Think long term, Zach.
Sounds good.
You want to do 6 so we can cut 2 later?
I'm cool with that. If you
All
wanna do
right.
that, sometimes it's better.
All right, 3 boys, 3 girls.
It's a little different. Yeah. But I mean, it isn't. It's nice because Tim will, just say, "I want the pie in the sky," and Zach's like, "Well, it'd be nice, but the realities are that I need this and this, and I maybe don't need that other stuff." But Tim's gotten really good at that now too. So
Zach's reeling him in a little bit.
what's that?
Zach's reeling him in a little bit.
He reeled himself in even before Zach. His family reeled him in. And it's true. It's like he wants to go see his wife and child. He doesn't want to stay here till 3 a.m. Even on Broken Age, I'm not sure if he was super excited to actually be in charge of the whole project. But I think what he really wants to do is write the game, make sure the acting's good, make sure the animation's good, the character design's good, stuff like that.
And almost done through the brain list. So you have a version of that we're going to go over, and we should be set to start kicking off levels in earnest. What's that?
Mailed it to you.
Did you already?
Yeah.
When did that happen? I didn't see.
Like about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Just during the meeting, you just have to.
I did that sometime before the break.
Yeah, I think that's all the big stuff that's going on. So it's exciting times.
And James Marion.
And James Marion.
James, where are you? Where are you? Would you? Oh, I see. You think by sitting behind the post that I won't see you and I won't call you? Would you please stand up so people can see who you are? And can I ask you a few questions? Because I don't pay attention during job interviews, and this is the only way I actually get to. Great. What role might you play on which team?
Associate level design on Psychonauts 2.
Awesome.
I know when I was being interviewed, they were pretty upfront about they were cautiously optimistic about me because I had so little experience with actual 3D level design. But also, no one makes 3D platformers, so the pool of people who have made 3D platformers is pretty small.
I was pretty excited about it, but I wanted to hear what everybody else had to say, and everybody else was super thumbs up. That guy's great. We should hire him.
Because he didn't have any level design experience.
He doesn't have any 3D experience, but
or levels.
Yeah, but he's cheap. He's junior. You gotta take chances on people.
Okay.
I'll fire him if he's bad.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. I'll just be like, didn't work out, dude. Sorry. It'll be good.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
Okay.
What I understand about the original game is that the level designers, it didn't go great. So they eventually got fired halfway through the project, which I saw on Wikipedia like a day after I got hired. I was like, oh no, this is a terrible omen.
All right, come to the kitchen for cake if you were into that kind of thing.
But then my hope is by next week in earnest, we could kick you two off on a brain. Have you met Jeremy?
Hi, Jeremy.
Have you met James? Yes. And so you guys would be doing the first brain, and unless there's a real solid reason.
And to pick one, like we can talk to you guys and let you figure out which one sounds the most interesting to you guys. For next week, I think what would be nice when we kick off the levels is for you to be the concept art support for these two guys as a level team, and then you guys can continue to work on the HQ stuff and do that because we have to figure out how do we further kick off the hub because it's so big.
It's huge.
You're not going to lay out the whole hub, so. We just need to sit down and figure out how we're going to handle that process. Like, do we do a couple of different chunks and push it through the workflow that way?
One of the problems with the hub is that it's very, very big. And I'm pretty sure that there's stuff that we're not even thinking about right now that we don't have a place for that we'll need to figure out how to incorporate as well. That's something that I'm really excited about, like just kind of feeling out what that history ends up being in the world.
What if it was the camp before the camp?
Oh, like there's an old kids camp
Yeah.
over here? Now, that could be creepy. But it's all run down. Wall full of handprints, Moaning Caverns, Psychic Summer Camp.
We've moved on.
You've grown up.
You've grown up.
It's the symbol
You
for
can't go
growing
home
up.
again.
No.
Little sign over there.
Well, what's the most important stuff to go over?
This stuff probably. We got to get people kicked off on something soon.
What do you think the biggest change? The biggest change in this is the idea of reusing the Psychic 7.
Yeah.
The stump people.
Yeah, as a
lot of the characters.
The stump people.
The stump people.
It's a trauma film.
These are the old stumps. Actually, we were looking at Psychonauts because the stumps in the campgrounds had some old Psychonauts, and we wanted to make sure that we fit the story with them. Because we talked about referencing. At first, it was like, well, we could use Cassiopeia, and we could use Lucretia. Could be.
But once you're using two of them,
I feel like you got to use them all.
Laws of symmetry.
And also, I feel like it could be a nice way of telling the stories of the back history with each one of them having some piece of it.
Yeah.
There's an early idea from the first game that Lily just touches on in one cutscene, which is the Psychonauts aren't what they used to be. And that's more about how they were brought about as a peacekeeping force, and now they've achieved a lot of that peace, and now people are like, who needs the soldiers of that war anymore? And the Psychonauts are kind of underfunded now. But this is more about how the Psychonauts get in that position. Is this what they really were meant to be? And that Ford, maybe when he founded it, had a different vision for that. Maybe that gathering of people is in each brain that you can go into, and they remember that time. They have a different perspective on that time.
Other memories of, yeah.
And I like it, and it helps a lot, and it helps bring the Psychic 7 into a real purposeful group. And it lets Psychonauts 2 have this story that's about something instead of just like the further adventures of the spies. So, okay, did you get to read through this?
I got through like half.
Okay. So. The reason you can tell this is not final is that there's no still deep fried world in it. I have not found a place for deep fried.
DLC. The D stands for deep.
Deep fried. Okay, cool.
Yep. Kentucky
for the
Fried.
DLC plan, say everything, knock on wood, Starbreeze.
Yeah.
Is this the brain plan, or were some of these going to come out for DLC?
No.
Okay, DLC's addition to this.
In addition. Yes.
Oh man, this is a fat and happy
But
design version.
but this is fat and happy in a different way. So we'll talk about how we might be able to do some of this. No,
I still think even with the budget of Starbreeze that we should cut down.
It's just that there's a lot of two-state brains, which is awesome, where you go into them and then you go into them again, which is cool. But once it becomes massive state changes within the level where you do visit and revisit, and it's different each time, and all the Ford fragments are so vastly different in all of their directions are all like mini brains now. So once we actually figure out production math on those things, I think it becomes bigger than just 11 brains. The initial list of brain ideas we had packed in maybe a few too many ideas. We had a very long series of brainstorms, and then the brain list we boiled down to often was one or two things, or three things, or four things in a row. So we've got a lot of two-state brains. We've got a lot of brains that like start off this way and end up that way, or the person has kind of multiple mental conditions. And I think some of that stuff's going to have to get clarified out for it to be sort of a strong singular direction on some of these. So there's been 12 for a while.
Design them all and then cut the worst one.
So I think the next thing for this is to go through it with the team and then figure out what brain we would want to do next.
We've got like Beehive, which is the Hermit's Hive, the Lisa Frank Bosch, which is Boolean values.
Yeah, it's the third one of that.
And Pickled Promotion, which is the synesthesia.
Yeah, the brain in a jar.
Brain in a jar. Brain in a jar, Beehive, or the Lisa Frank Psychopath.
Yeah, I thought the idea for Fullbeard is that when he's in the brain in the jar, he's just being crushed under the weight of his own thoughts. Everything is kind of
Or anything else
So
to
that-
come up with. Like he's been isolated for years and years as a brain in a jar, and he's been alone with his thoughts. And what is that like? It's however we want to design it. It's all super. It's up to you guys to figure it out. It's about building out these level teams and having those level teams be functional creative units that work really well together. And for that, they need to do creative work together. And we could just hand them ideas and say, here's what you're building, go build it. But I don't think that would develop them as a team as well. And ultimately, they wouldn't feel as close to the work.
We should have a beard team and a mustache team.
That's weird. With that in mind, it's really just making sure they don't go too far off the rails or they don't do something that is coming in, way below the quality bar. I don't feel they can execute on. And then the Beehive, I think.
Beehive seems pretty straightforward.
It seems straightforward. When you guys get done with it, it would not be straightforward. It would be whatever crazy thing you want to do with it.
It's definitely not the type of environment I'm used to. But I did have some sense that the process would be like, here's where the game is at the beginning of the level, here's where it needs to get to, fill in that blank. So, yeah. Yeah, I've got Lisa Frank right now because it is a little more grounded for me.
Lisa Frank was also the thing that Emily was super excited about.
Oh, is she not? She's not going to be on this one.
We're gonna have her do the hub. We could swap.
It was her idea when we the very initial brainstorm.
Oh, then let's do the synesthesia one.
Okay.
No.
I don't want to take that away from her.
I think it would be really good if she did it, though.
Okay. Does that mean you guys really want to change that?
I think it'd be better if she worked on that one.
How do you feel about that, Liba? Sure.
Excitement, everyone!
Come on.
All of those are going to be great. They're all going to be great to work on.
So you guys want to do the brain in a jar?
Yep.
Sure about that? Damn it.
Locked.
You guys will get it done.
Final answer.
Yeah.
That's
totally fine. All right. Brain in a jar. All right.
I'm working on a cool hub.
Done.
Meeting with Peter Chan in the afternoon, input tasks for Jeremy into Handsoft, and then worked on the setting up sound volumes for Camden, and had a meeting with him about sound inside of the interior pretty area.
Do you need me?
He's just sneaking out. No, it's okay. Oh. Tense moment?
No, not at all. I forgot that you guys were in there with Starbreeze because we were doing stand-ups. Is that over or do you need me? It's over. Okay. All right.
Starbreeze wants to do it.
They're what? They aren't?
They're into it.
They're into it.
Bo signed off on it. He signed off on it.
Oh, all right. Cool. So have they already run the numbers and all that stuff?
There's final numbers between him and Greg.
That's big. That's big. All right.
So, Helmut Fullbear is one of the original Psychonauts. He died in this great battle. You should probably read the general story doc because it kind of outlines what this battle is, why that's happening, because that's kind of the story of Psychonauts 2. But basically, he died in this great battle, but his brain was put on a sort of life support where it was supposed to be turned off, but it wasn't, and he's been kind of stewing in his own juices for like 20 years. So this level is made up of those ideas he's been coming up with for the last 20 years. He's been trying to remember how he died. You're walking through these different copies of the same battle as he's been trying to figure that out.
Oversized Viking going into battle, kind of like the idea. It wasn't actually like that in his battle, but just a spun story about it.
And when we get to Helmut, we see that he's been in this constant state of frustration and pain for years. And Raz suggests that maybe we'd be able to fix that if we put him in a body, and we just happen to have a body lying around. So when we do that, what happens is he's overwhelmed by the sensations because he's gone so long without them, and it's Raz's job to put those senses in order. Yeah, I actually think the initial brainstorm was really strong, and what was cool is that we had this idea of this like big Viking ship over a wasteland kind of floating there, and this really strong visual. But the gameplay part was less strong, so we've spent the last week kind of going over that again and again and again until we felt really confident about that.
Do you ever hire anybody that's like super weird fanboy? Is there anybody that's
just
strange?
Only you.
Just me.
You hide it really well. I know. That's great.
Yeah, I was a big Tim Schafer fan for a long time. And I remember making like a fool out of myself 2 years ago at GDC because I like went up to him and was like, hey, I'm a big fan. And he was like, thanks for playing. And then like turned away. I was like, oh no, I've put myself in a category forever now.
Afterwards or before?
Afterwards. I was embarrassing, but you don't remember, so it's fine.
Oh, wait.
No, you don't.
I have a story,
I wasn't
too.
that embarrassing. I was just
I never met you, but when I went to Comic-Con one year, you were sitting behind me on the plane.
That's exciting.
It was the Southwest flight. It was one of the ones where you pick your own seats, and I guess like that was like the one.
And I picked the seat behind you.
Yeah.
So like being in a meeting room with him and like pitching him story ideas and talking through how the level's gonna go is like totally nuts. But I guess I'm taking like a fake it till you make it kind of approach where I have to at least give off the impression that I'm confident in my ideas, or else they're never gonna work. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad he seems into the Viking stuff. Which is
It was
good.
cool. We got to pitch a lot of it already before next Tuesday.
We just have to make sure if Zach doesn't like something. We can't be like, well, Tim liked it, so.
We already talked to Mom.
Yeah. No, I mean he is the writer.
Don't tell Tim I called him Mom.
That's all you ever
just
call
picked
him.
one at random.
Whenever the cameras are off, that's all you ever say.
Yeah.
You say, can we get Mom in here? We also have Anna Kipnis on the team, who will be kind of giving us programming support. Yeah, Anna will be helping with brainstorming too. She's super smart, and she's the only person on the team who was there for Psychonauts 1, so she's a great resource for that.
Idea of like what does the boat actually represent here? And maybe he is like maybe if you climb to the crow's nest, he's trying to remember this memory, and it's almost like trying to find land.
So yesterday was mostly just meetings and interviews. Didn't do a lot for levels, but today is all levels all day with the level presentations. And then I'm going to prioritize for the rest of the week putting together that high-level direction sheet for Brains.
What's your plan for doing the actual pitch? How's it going to go?
How's it going to go?
Let me ask you some interview questions. Are you nervous?
Yeah.
You ever see that movie with Eminem, 8 Mile?
Yep.
Or that song where he's like, what if you had one shot? Could you do the lyrics right now?
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Tim's like a dreamer, right? Like I even noticed that in the Double Fine Adventure. Tim thinks about things without a ton of concern regarding their like how possible they are, which I think is really good for a creative director. So it's probably great that Zach's here to be like, nope, not gonna work. I would assume Zach is probably good enough, smart enough to to know that some impossible things are probably possible.
Oh yeah, that's Anna brought that one up. There it is. Oh, that's not going to be enough for all of us.
It's still brewing, so I had to jump into the thingamajiggy. Did you guys all want coffee or something? You want What freaking if I stand
this
here?
whole thing is going to be so exciting. You're just going to wake up. You're not going to need coffee. You're like, boom.
I'm only standing up because of my back. I hope I'm not about to run out the door. Power move, just like you got. If I was sitting at my desk earlier and I was almost dead. I slept in my parents' guest room bed and my back threw out. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's heroic.
Okay.
That's just.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome to Helmet's Harbonarium. The level starts in this little cave of memories that's constructed of discarded memories that Helmet's created. It's devoid of energy. It's kind of eerie. And as Raz moves, he creates little bubbles of light and energy because he's the first kind of impulse this brain's had in decades. He sees Helmet's ship floating high above a spire in the distance. And out in front of him is a wasteland of discarded memories. He can hear the faint sound of muffled singing emanating from the ship. And needing Helmet's permission to move his brain in the real world, he hops down into the wasteland in front of him, losing sight of the ship among the piles of abandoned ideas.
Raz takes the brain out of the jar, somehow gets it to Nick, and inserts it in Nick's body.
Returning to Helmet's brain once in the body, things have gone a little crazy in the opposite direction. So many of the objects that you saw in the wasteland below are now floating up into the storm, spiraling around the ship itself, and a lot of very obvious platforming is now strewn across the level.
I think you mean a lot of really awesome platforming?
Yes.
So this is where you get more and more closer to like some of the memories that Helmet actually has of this final battle.
If I may, so the idea is that he has this actual memory that's lost of the battle, but he remembers senses from it, right? So say that battle happened in a cold place, he remembers that it was cold, and then this island is created just from that sense memory, so it might be a glacier, something like that. So you go to those sense islands, you free the helmets that should be manning the ship from those phantom nicks, and the senses are sorted. So the helmets are once again manning the ship. Helmet's able to control the senses, finally able to finish his song. And Helmet, now in control of Nick's body, runs out of the mailroom in search of Ford. The end.
It's very good timing with the song.
I have a bunch of different feedback. Do you guys want to go? Who wants to go?
Go ahead and start.
All right. The islands are the memory that are going to form the thing that he's trying to put back together. Maybe that was the intention, but it does feel like a set of different stumbling blocks, and not like you come into the level, you understand his problem, and then at the end of the level, you've resolved that thing. It feels like, as you've described it, it doesn't set up that chain of conflicts in a way that that players necessarily, I think, will all hook together on a moment-by-moment basis. Because it does feel like a whole bunch of ideas, and none of those ideas have been discarded. They've all just been put together into one idea that is what I generally call the buffet kind of design, where it's like we just had a bunch of stuff we liked, so we put it all on the plate. And I think that will result in it being over-scoped and confusing in the game. It's not, like I said, it's just not a slam dunk.
Cool. Yep.
All right.
There's some really great ideas there.
Yeah. So this sounds to me like another couple of days on concept development.
Yeah.
And then circle back in and try to get like that actual kind of like quest and conflict stuff nailed down before going on to actual white box and layout. What's today? Tuesday? How much time do you guys want?
Is that coffee made?
I bet the coffee is made.
Do you guys remember what Zach said exactly from the meeting?
Zach said a lot.
Unless I could help out with Helmet by coming up with a better story of who he is. Because I feel like I didn't give him that. I didn't give him much to work with. Like Helmet, he's a Viking-ish looking dude.
Yeah.
I mean, they filled in the holes. It seems like they know a lot. Well, maybe they still are. We didn't want them feeling like they were trying to fulfill an order that we were making about what.
Well, I think what I want to avoid is them feeling like they're taking stabs into the dark until they hit the thing that you want, which is not how that works. But it's the feeling people can get where they're like, I'm just throwing stuff out there until somebody, the dude who wants a thing and can't articulate it, says yes, trying to take stabs in the dark until you smile. So.
Accidentally shows Helmet that, new impulses are good. Helmet says like, Raz, do this new impulse thing to this other thing. Raz does it, and then whatever Raz does to make that thing better gets washed away immediately because of the state of the world. And that's what causes Helmet to say like, oh, I need more. I need my own senses.
It's like maybe a random association, but when I lived alone for a long time, I was single for a long time, you guys. What? Yeah, I had this. There's a period I was just living by myself, and I was in crunch mode, and I set something down or I moved something in my house, and then I realized that I had set it down like a week before, and it hadn't moved at all. And I realized like nothing in this apartment is ever gonna move unless I move it, because I never have anyone over. I live here alone.
That's amazing.
This is weird.
That's super
Like
cool.
things are getting dust on them in temporary. Like I set something down temporarily, and now has dust on it in that shape. Like oh god. And I got a cleaning service, and they came and they started messing things up and putting things in the wrong place and making new piles and stuff. But I loved it because I was like, oh my god, there's chaotic input into my world. It's just like you know that scene in Misery when she knows the glass animal is turned the wrong way, and that's how she knows he's been getting out of the bedroom.
Yeah.
That's my apartment was that. It was like Misery. That's like Helmut's brain. It's like he's been the only person touching stuff. Nothing has moved except for when he did it. You come in and you move his glass animal penguin, and he's like, he gets enraged at first, but then he's like, this changes everything. Like this gives me like 10,000 more ideas all of a sudden.
That seems awesome. Like if he has this whole battle like kind of placed out on the deck of the ship, and then he realizes this is
and even
better.
Helen puts it back together wrong. He did a heavy sigh. Okay.
No, so let me explain what we liked about the statue idea, even though it might be half-baked, right? It was like a very physical... I had a dream last night that I got in a fist fight with Tim. I'm sorry, Tim.
Dude, you got a killer cocktail.
What's that?
Bill's Uh-oh.
That would be on brand.
Key's here just so, as we're describing things happening in the hub, he's like, oh no.
He's like, I'm not programming that. Nope. No, you can't have that feature you're asking for. For our hub quest flow check-in, because we know a lot more about the hub than the other brain levels and such, this is much more about trying to establish how the quest in Act 1 and 2 works inside the hub. So as you're going towards the atrium, there's only one path available from the lobby to the atrium. And on the way to the atrium, Raz encounters a group of surly interns who are less than impressed by him. And we cut to Raz has been deposited in a storage closet in his skivvies, a tank top and shorts.
Wow. And there's only really one way out of this closet, but we get a action path that leads Raz up to the second floor. And in this place, we're going to introduce updrafts and ladders. So it's sort of like Raz is crawling through the vents at this point.
You're like on the outside, and you're like doing an action path around the superstructure of the base, and you got like a nice vista or something. But just, especially because
like when you're talking about being outside, it just made me laugh because he would have to walk on a ledge outside a window, and like the wind is blowing, and you're like, I've dreamed of coming to this place all my life. And within 10 minutes of being here, I'm naked on a ledge. And I'm ruining everything. I think that's really funny.
Yeah. I feel like that's a Naked Gun scene somewhere.
Yeah, if we do it right.
And then the high elevation area, which is the one you're going to do. And luckily, the thing that's interesting about that is the brain we're kicking off is the hub brain that is in that area.
What a
so
coinkydink.
we already know that stuff.
Man and his passion.
Too many cooks, right?
Of course.
He's watching.
Full house opening.
Why?
Why not?
We're going to do one of those.
Who is that guy? Seriously.
That's Danny Tanner in this version, I guess.
I have a suspicion that
It's without that one guy.
It's Bob Saget.
Bob Saget.
They set it up out there. I don't know. I mean, Denise is all popped the thing.
What is going on?
You're gonna stay on this thing. Ah.
You want a glass?
Greg, do you have it on you?
I do.
Show it. We want to share with you our finalized, fully executed contract with Starbreeze Studios. It's awesome news. Cheers. Yeah. It's been signed by them. Wait, show the part where they signed it. That's important.
We have 2 signatures now.
That's awesome. Now, we're already making this game, and nothing's going to stop us from making this game, but there's a substantial amount of money tied to that contract that's going to help us make this game the way we want to make it. It's really great, so I want to toast and thank first Greg Rice for doing all that amazing biz dev on that.
We went out to dinner with him after to this like we had like steak restaurant dinner or whatever, and it was I don't know if this is like because my body could just like was just so worn down from all of the pitching and all the stress, and it like finally felt like a bit of relief. But after that dinner, like the next morning, I got food poisoning and puked for the first time in like 25 years in the cab on the way to the airport, and then in the airplane on our like 10-hour flight back to the States.
Greg threw up on my Uber, so that's why I switched to Lyft. I know how to say, why didn't you tell me to pull over in Swedish?
So it just felt like everything was like finally like, oh God, maybe this is actually gonna work.
It was great. A lot of people passed on it. A lot of people thought they offered us less money. There were some people who wanted to give us like a tiny bit of money. We're like, we want to make a really good game. It's gonna take this much money. And Starbreeze turned out to be the one that was the most enthusiastic, and also the one that gave us the best deal, like the most supportive offer came from Starbreeze. So it was great that it ended up being the one that made it all the way to the end. But they've been great, and it's kind of funny because there's such a big difference between Psychonauts and Payday, but I think they have a lot of ideas about how to make the game a big hit, so I look forward to the hit Psychonauts 2. Hey, Miyuki, do you have a question? No. Okay, great. Okay. I'm going to get down before I break this chair and throw my back out again.
It's a significant amount of money for the studio. That means that the runway is longer than I've seen it in the time I've been here. But yeah, he seems happy. I feel like he was probably pretty stressed, mostly because of the publisher deal not being sorted out. So I think now that is, and he knows that now it's just about making a game, I think everybody seems excited about just kind of diving in.
Down to Mid Plaza and go to Chez Papa and enjoy a really, really nice restaurant.
Chez Papa!
Yeah, Chez Papa.
I'm down at Chez Papa. Sorry, been drinking champagne. Sounded funny to me.
Tim is smashed for this movie.
Yeah, let's do some brains.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure how to do this presentation because it's an update, but what I'd really love to do is to just read the narrative explanation, or the narrative piece I've written for each section of the level, and then just turn towards you guys, and if you go like this.
And then we just really just like to get a rubber stamp and get out of here.
Yeah. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but
I'd like you to just say some things and have you agree. Sure.
But the cool thing is that Helmet actually will be singing, and you can hear that. So you will hear words related to whatever objects are falling. So it'll put 2 and 2 together that the wasteland is creations coming from Helmet singing.
That's the first one. Keep going. Good. I got thumbs up. Okay. There are sensors on each island fighting new enemies that represent the sensors coming in. There's kind of a little war going on between them.
Yep.
And your job is to help fight those so the sensors can take control of the island and filter the sensors for Helmet.
Which visibly...
You like that? No?
flashing yellow light. Keep going.
Okay.
I'm kidding. It's fine.
And once you complete that, once you help the sensors take back control, they kind of shut off a big valve that stops the sensors from
yes, I mean that is one thing I am confused about, because it is like he's building a memory, but you're repairing the islands so that he can then rebuild the memory. Like
no, so you're not repairing the islands. You're not putting them all back together. You're just shutting off valves on each one.
Right.
And then he makes a memory.
Yeah,
like,
so
what is
the
end
memory?
state?
The memory is just like it's a narrative payoff at the end of the level.
Yeah.
But his conflict with not being able to recall memories is done after you get back into his brain.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's makes sense.
Well, I get that part. I thought made sense because at first he's building he's singing this thing, and the set's being built.
I don't know if Zach was totally convinced. He was just like,
I think Zach was maybe the least convinced of the three of them. I think Tim was on board for the narrative stuff that is important to Tim, which is like who Helmet is and his interactions with the other characters. I think Zach is way more on board than he was at the first pitch session, because we simplified the goals of the character, and once that was pretty clearly explained to him, he was I think he was okay with it.
Okay.
So A+.
Me.
A-.
I get that. think I get that.
It's kind of a pass, no pass at this point.
That's why I went to UC Santa Cruz.
That's a horrible thing to say to us.
You don't know until you like really start building it, and
For
it's
sure.
like that's the real point of this phase is like to get something that people are excited about enough. I didn't mean that in an insulting way. I just
No,
meant it in
absolutely.
a like, is there enough material and does it make sense and does it serve as a good seed to start building from, and then from there it'll get better and better and better.
Yeah, obviously this is all still going to change over the course of making the level, but our goal with that change was to simplify what the player is thinking they're doing.
Sure.
All right, not canceled.
What?
It's not canceled, right? The level's not canceled. You got a big not canceled.
Are we
Let's see.
clear to go into white boxing?
I think so. Sure. You know, there's always going to be questions. But this isn't a big enough one that I would say go back to another couple days of concept. I would say go on to white boxing and figure it out then.
Excellent.
It's one that we'll probably keep asking about during white boxing to make sure that it's being thought of and solved.
Yeah, I do have questions about white boxing. I don't know if this is the time.
Nope.
I
gotta go too.
It's
Yeah, we'll see. The level's not done yet. He's a very creative guy. He's a really funny guy. So we have a lot of hopes. And he hasn't, made a big level like this ever before. And so I think this process will be somewhat painful for him, and then he'll come out of it a better designer.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't be 100% confident it'll work either, just because I haven't made a Psychonauts 2 level before. And it's also the first one in the game. So we're going to have to figure it out as we go along.
type in CE space go to and select go to warp, just like kind of near the very top there. And go ahead and go into the lab.
Wow.
And now, if you run straight forward,
Oh, man.
here's Helma's brain.
I guess maybe if you called out the path that is coming around from the other side a little bit better, but there's no other obvious place for me to go except drop down. And then you walk off a cliff. Like players don't want to just walk off a cliff. All right, I guess I'm supposed to go over there.
I guess there's
I failed.
Which means we probably want to expand that space out a little bit more so it looks a little bit more clearly like it's further away.
This area still has massive layout problems.
Imagine this was great for this section.
I can imagine they're not exactly thrilled. I know they need programmers.
And James Marion.
And James Marion. I'll fire him if he's bad.
Yeah.
Further kick off the hub because it's so big.
It's huge.
You're going to lay out the whole hub and then figure out what brain we would want to do. So you guys want to do the brain in a jar?
Yep. Lock.
Today is a little presentations. Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to make sense.
Zach said a lot.
This changes everything. Like this gives me like 10,000 more ideas all of a sudden.
That seems awesome. Keep going. Good. I got thumbs up. Okay. Are we clear to go into white boxing?
I think so.
Sure. There's more to be worked on with powers in this step, this whole phase?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what kind of stuff?
Of course there is.
Would you like me to do?
I wouldn't worry. Like right now, white boxing is about like scope, area theming, flow, like getting mesh built. You can just have a stub of like, and then a puzzle happens here, same way you're gonna have like, and then a combat happens here, and then there's a cutscene here. Like, you just don't worry, you don't need to worry about it right now for the first step of white box.
Okay.
We should get to that, but like the most important thing is like, how big is this level? What does it maybe look like?
So for the next week or two.
Yeah, I don't know how long we have on white box 1, 3 weeks. The brain in a jar.
And who's the level team?
The level team is James,
new guy,
Jeremy,
old guy,
and Levi.
Really old guy.
And you as the writer. You're the writer on the level.
As the writer.
As the writer.
And you cut to me and I'm like, smoking and typing on an old typewriter.
Like the beginning of Barney
Sleeves
Miller.
all rolled up. Pull out papers. Yeah.
Also in this white boxing phase, I get the impression that we don't want to show this kind of stuff to Tim until it looks like something that will get him excited about the level.
He'll just be like, why are you wasting my time?
Well, yeah, at some point it's just kind of clutter as far as the information we're delivering him. And there's not much changing about the narrative right now.
Can you actually make it up for yourself to revisit the door metrics?
Yeah.
Because I think they're
They're too small.
They're too
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then these are the 3 islands, and this is kind of the rough size of what the whirlpool should be in terms of like comparison to the islands. It'd be like a big harpsichord that has fallen over across this gap or something.
Yeah, we might run into some maximum allowable length issues for tight ropes.
Oh,
we can fix
interesting.
those.
Oh, I
We just want to we've never made tight ropes that long. So.
I didn't know that was a thing. Sorry.
It's not. We just found that out.
But this is outside of direct light in this area.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
porous,
going to be a little dimmer, and Raz's influence is going to be.
Yeah, I'm less worried about what the aesthetics of each individual area at this point. More so to like, what is this area eventually going to be, and what's going to be happening there? Like, what is the purpose of an empty box being here right now, and it represents this thing. So, I have full faith that we'll be able to make it beautiful.
Yeah, so then you jump down. Hey, shit. Because I've never sat down in my life and tried to build platforming paths in 3D. So I think I'm doing a pretty good job getting a flow for like how things connect and all that.
Yeah, I've never worked on a platformer either, to be honest. And like, it's kind of bad because like I'm not very confident in like my like level design stuff, so like I don't ask for as much feedback as I should.
It does feel like a lot. I don't know. It was like one of the things I was thinking about between like the cave and then this area. Is it a lot now compared to what it was before? There's like 3 puzzles here.
You're asking me, here's that.
Just everyone.
It doesn't feel. I mean, we were not done with it, so I can't tell you if it feels like a lot yet.
Yeah.
Are you sorry? Well, what do you think about it? Do you think it's too much right now, or?
It's like when we were talking about it before, these 2 areas like seemed really small,
Yeah.
and now they're huge. I'm just wondering if this level is already getting bigger in scope than we initially thought it would be.
There will be definitely like major scoping is meant to happen during the white box phase. So getting the first version out that is as big as you'd ever want it to be, and then paring it back from there is absolutely the process you should be doing right now.
Go team.
Yay! Good start. Good start.
Well, let's talk about last week in the world of Psychonauts 2.
Yeah, we're just kind of plugging away at our first 2 levels. So we've got the brain in a jar and the whole Hub 1 HQ and surrounding areas. But that's very exciting. So those are our first production levels, and especially, the brain is our first brain level, and the hub is going to be the huge chunk of the game. So that's exciting to have some of that stuff figured out.
How do you like Ryan's hub level?
Not a fan. Oh, I thought you were just talking about Ryan. The hub level is really cool. It's I don't envy their job because it's such a huge space, because it just kind of has to exist and support the narrative. They're creating paths, and then they have to create paths between those paths, and then explorable areas between those paths that don't detract from those paths. It's kind of nutty to think about.
Try not to do too much to like make the scene look good right now, but you still have to do enough to make it readable and let people start to understand what it could be in the future. So this is the first stab. There's some stuff happening, which is exciting. Yeah.
A tool that shows like jump distances and stuff from a point, is that too far off to even start worrying about?
No.
I would love to have a tool like that eventually, but it's probably a substantial amount of programmer time we need to get all the moves in first. So, yeah.
We'll figure it out. We can spec out what we want and then see what some steps are to get towards that.
Cool.
We're learning how to work together. We're learning how to work with the tech we have. Fortunately, now that the Rhombus of Ruin team has finished their game and released it, and we've got a couple of the programmers from that team. We have people who understand the tech a little bit better, so that's great.
There you go.
Like a 90s episode.
Code Bros. There they are. All right, welcome to Stand-Ups. What did you do yesterday? What are you doing today? And are you blocked by anything or need anything? Today we have an interview. The bouncer should be done, so I'm going to do some quick tuning on that. We're having a meeting on relative gravity to talk about just what the requirements are.
We're talking about kind of similar to like what was in the Milkman level.
Well, we can talk about that too. That's the other big thing to talk about.
I mean, you must have known you were going to come on to Psychonauts 2 afterwards, but you got thrown into gravity.
Yeah.
It's something that I think like fans are really
expecting, and with the way that the team has been rolling forward with white boxing, just not having that in place means that they haven't really been able to think about it in the design sense.
Yeah, I think the Milkman level was a lot of people who play the game, when you ask them, oh, what did you like about the game? What was memorable? They're always like, oh yeah, and that Milkman level was really cool. Like that's something that always comes up, and I think it just subverted a lot of people's expectations at the time. It's visually extremely compelling because the artists we have here are amazing, and the physics behind that gravity system really complemented that. And so I think that's the fact that it was so memorable in the first game, I think is why we'd want to bring that part of it back here.
Because that's one thing in like Sasha's Cube, like having momentum as you jump over the edge, but you kind of slingshot as it goes.
There's a
into
little of
another
that
room.
with the bounce back from the melee, but I think they kept the momentum and vectors of the gravity changing stuff like really simple and predictable.
Yeah.
So that as a player you could tell what's going on. Because I think if there was that kind of complex like multiple momentums going on, it would just get super confusing from a over the shoulder kind of view.
Right. Anna, you're gonna
Anna,
barf.
Oh really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just if you're gonna spew.
Yeah, we've got a bag for you right here. Just right there. That's great.
And so I think there's an interesting challenge coming up with how do we make it memorable but not just do the same sort of twist that we had then. So, I'm kind of excited to see what people do with it. We have a great set of people making Raz feel as good as possible just walking on a flat surface. I want him to feel the exact same way no matter where he's walking. And so I'm trying to be as sort of surgical as possible to avoid changing any of those tuning values and to sort of exert as little design as possible just to get it working initially, and then we can start making interesting decisions about, well, if we did want to change the way he feels when you're going around a surface, then what would you need to change from the default? So.
We'll come up with an approach that we do first, then we'll play it, and we'll decide if it's crappy, and then we'll change it. There's a couple of other like wacky things like glide rings or different kinds of disappearing platforms or a cannon or whatever, but they're not like bread and butter would be in a lot of levels.
Yeah, and we have some like we need to revisit tightrope.
Absolutely.
But
Long jump,
it does exist.
Yeah, the long jump and high jump are meant to replicate things you can do with the ball. I see. So they don't impact layout. They're just like a game feel edition, so we might not get to those until later. How suspicious are you of you? You're making a sour face. You're not making excited Devin face. You're not like, hell yeah, ropes.
I'm still like mulling over the controls problems.
I mean, we could do some reference of other games, and that'll make us feel a little better. It's got lock dodges that are all like have a ton of air steering in them.
Oh my god!
Well, because you're doing like really precise like avoidance, and so if it was all locked in, you would jump right into rockets a lot. His ankles
It's a
are
little
breaking.
floppy though. Like when he's jumping to the side, it looks like it's like you would throw a doll to the side, not that someone is actually doing it.
Yeah, because it's got like a nice leisurely loop at the top where you would
Yeah,
see
yeah.
his feet go across. Oh yeah, wait.
Oh, they have that.
Yes, I forgot. It's only on like
specific
specifically marked walls.
And do you slide down if you don't?
Yeah,
jump?
and you like if you as soon as you hit one, it's just that.
The stacks. Okay.
There's no back and forth. It's just jump, 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 jump.
The back and forth stuff feels like unnecessary a lot of times.
Yeah.
I always remembered in the Mario stuff, it felt a little bit better because you had to press back and forth.
Nice thing about that is you don't have to do any tuning of like because the player's instinct is to jump and then press away from the wall, which means sometimes they don't hit the wall. Whereas this like it's just all simplified to you just bop on. You made the change to you don't have to push into the wall anymore.
Yeah.
So now you just press jump and it'll continue to do that.
And you can slide down. Oh, I don't know if I set the data for infinite slide down.
So slow.
Yeah, so we'll get that'll actually have the animations. And then wall slides stuff. This is almost in, right? Yeah. Yeah, and the idea long term is I think I'd like to get like the ball, like he flattens out the ball against the wall and is sort of like riding it down and then launches off the ball.
And at what point do we need to address the camera a little bit more too? After all the primitives are in, it does seem like it's getting in the way.
Yep.
Now.
Yep. I think we should continue to do more primitives because it's going to be a long, hard journey into darkness to do the camera. Someone's going to get lost up the river for a while.
So we should put it off as long as
And it's not
possible.
going to get any better. No, I just feel like we can make super rapid, visible progress in all of the primitives that helps us build the game. And then once we have the most of the primitives and player moves in, we'll circle back to camera.
Do you
And I
think we're going
that's
to run
okay.
into situations where, like, after we've done work on the camera and made the camera like acceptably okay, that we'll be like, oh, the camera's fine, but certain types of level layout cause it a problem, so just don't do those types of level layout?
I think that probably will end up happening.
So wouldn't it be useful to know that before we build all those levels?
It would be, but I think it'd be more useful to have all the tools for building levels that create positive layout possibilities rather than knowing. So we've got like, here's all the possibilities that we could make with all the moves that we have, and here's some subset of that we should disallow based on what the camera can do. And I think it's more important to get that full subset, like to create our language for building out levels before we know what parts of it we shouldn't let people do. It's one of those things that we're going to regret it. It'll be 6 months. We'll be like, damn, we should have done the camera. And like, yes, we should have. If we had more resources, we would be working on the camera right now, and that would be a better thing to do than not. But given the fact that we only have 3 gameplay programmers and soon to have a 4th, I mean, if we wanted to devote Duncan full-time to camera right now, we could. But I feel like we're not going to even have all of the use cases or needs until we get further along to the primitives anyway. And so that work will be shorter once we actually know what the cases are. So. Cool.
Yay. How excited do you feel about cameras?
I mean, the entire camera system? Probably not.
Oh, I heard you felt really excited about it, and I was really excited that we were going to have somebody who was interested in working on the camera system.
I heard we were hiring another
And continued player work, so getting more of the new player movement in. We got all the wall slide, and we're working on other really big ones like monkey bars, to be able to do hand over hand monkey bars on stuff.
Yeah, I can't do that.
You can't do that. Stuff like not even we can do.
Yeah, finally, Raz is doing stuff that I can't.
Yes, that's true. That's true. We're just about leaving pre-production. We don't have as much done as I'd like to have done, but that's kind of always the case. We didn't have enough programming resources early on during pre-pro, so we are not through as much of the core gameplay as I'd like to be for production, but prioritized all the player move stuff so that we'll be able to build levels properly. And then the other exciting announcement staff-wise for us is we've spent a bunch of time with Key doing such a wonderful job filling in for our lead programmer that Key is now our lead programmer on the project. Yay! Because we figured since he's just been doing all that work, we should make that official. So that is Key is now our lead programmer, so that is awesome.
So the thing that I've done a lot was lead gameplay on smaller teams. So being a lead programmer now on a bigger team, there's a lot of things I don't know what I'm doing. There's a lot of things that I haven't done before, not to mention I have been so targeted and specifically thinking about gameplay stuff, like stuff that are more system side, like graphics, memory management, stuff like that, is stuff that I'm kind of broadly aware of, but nothing that I have deep knowledge of. The general goal of saying like we're out of pre-production for tech.
Yep. So the main focus is that once we're in production, content creators have everything they need to move forward, focusing primarily on level teams. And that is along the lines of why we are focusing on player moves and primitives and stuff like that.
So, I think it definitely would have benefited the project better if someone was in this position that had the wealth of experience. But that person is also very hard to find. And it's also very hard to find for this particular game that fits with this game and fits with the studio. So hopefully I'm doing okay.
What are we waiting for? Why are we starting so late? What is going on?
James is having some check-in issues.
As in he didn't check in yet?
I think he's trying to push.
Because I have a suspicion there's a substantial amount of content to look at.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Sorry. There's a lot of content everywhere.
Yeah. I still think this path right here, you need to work on the connections just because it's not an immediate, like, where the hell am I going? And all of that does not look like a traversable space to me because it's such a sharp slope. Like, largely downward slopes would be associated with paths down, not paths up. I realize you can climb up that thing a little ways.
It's those kind of problems that are really important. And I think framing framing scenes is also something that I hadn't even put much thought into before I got here, but it is like most of my job now. And I think a lot of 3D platformers do that very poorly. Like I think there are a lot of 3D platformers where you walk into a room and you can kind of see everything that's going to be in the entire level, and nothing draws your eye, and that's terrible. And once they started talking about that, I did realize, like, oh yeah, I've played a lot of games where I've walked into rooms in that game and just been like, I have no idea even what I want to do in this room. So trying to fix that and give the player a sense of excitement when they're supposed to have it, and a sense of confusion only when we want them to have it, that's the kind of thing that we're working hard on.
There's stuff happening here.
Yeah, there's a lot of video game happening right there.
Big turning ship is real subtle.
Yeah, so I played a little bit of this. My experience of like the initial path when you're going forward is good. When you try to jump laterally on these things, it starts to get really confusing because you jump to one and then you've got to redirect to the other one, and you end up doing that a lot. It is almost always easier to make things harder after the fact. So across the board, starting with stuff that's like very clear, you understand what's going on, and like most players can execute it is more of the goal. And then if it's like, this is too easy, let's make it hard. It's very easy to make platformers smaller, to make things further apart, to make things happen faster. You've got a lot of dials after the fact. And so like white box is more about like clarity and reliability of execution.
But I am pretty inspired by like Zach's breadth of knowledge when it comes to games. It seems like he's played and understands every game in existence, which I don't understand because I consider myself I consider myself like well-read when it comes to games. But even so, like Zach seems to know pretty much everything.
Yeah.
And I kind of aspire to have that kind of breadth of knowledge as well.
Yeah, I think he's played a few games before. Zach is one of those developers who's really good at having a project focus, and so he can internalize pretty quickly a lot about what is good and bad about a given style of game or a given kind of gameplay, and help represent that outwards really, really well.
Creating and satisfying curiosity. You know, like in Mario, they'll have like a circle of flowers and you run around through all the flowers and then one pickup appears in the middle and you're like, oh, I should try to do stuff like that. There's all kinds of different statements of this we played around with when we were talking about like Psychonauts, but it is sort of like that nostalgic feeling of curiosity of being a kid at a summer camp, and you're curious as to what's out in the woods.
Yeah, having somebody who can really easily and coherently talk about what makes platforming good helps the whole team.
All right, and then this is like a blockage?
That's where you came from.
That's where you came from, okay. If I don't know where I'm going, presenting a blockage is kind of irrelevant. Come down here, and I'm in another big tunnel. This is all eventually going to be more interesting player path, yes or no? And then these would be disappearing lattice pieces. Oh no, and there's like a secret over there I have to go and get, and then I come back this way and double back and do this one, and yep. I also don't know where the exit is in this room. If you could show me where the exit is when I come into the room, that'd be awesome. Over where? Here?
To your left.
Here?
This does not exist right now.
What does exist?
I was like kind of rough. It's like, oh shit, we're not doing anything right. But I guess that's just the whole point. It's like, that's just what it takes to like get the level to be good. It's like, fix this, do this, do this. Like this doesn't play very well yet. You gotta think about this when you're doing this. And like, yeah, I guess that's all part of the process. But man, yeah, it would be nice to get like more like, oh, this is fucking fun. Like, look at, I fucking love this thing. I like this idea. This is a cool idea. But they don't have to do that. That's not their job, is to be nice to us. Their job is to like make the level cool. And like, that's the whole process. But yeah, I didn't think like that was a thing. Like, I thought I was the only one that was like thinking about that. I was like, man. But yeah.
Well,
why wouldn't the sword come out of here?
Yeah, so I think the better point is you had an idea about what it is, but like the player right now is showing you that there's potentially a better solution to this whole thing, which is don't let me get to the top of the spire and have nothing traversable up here.
Yeah,
right?
and then the sword would just come out of here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, like anything, half the time what you're doing is you put the game you've made in front of people and you're like, what do you expect to be happening? And most of the time what people expect to be happening should be the thing that's actually happening.
And most of them, I think they're on point with their criticism. But it was all very specific, which I really liked and really appreciated. It wasn't like, this area is junk.
Oh wait, no, I don't want to play. I don't want to play from here. Hold on.
Let's play it over. Let's start from here.
No. That's how you can tell when your level's getting really good. If I did want to play it all over, I'd be like, let's play that again.
Well, that's upsetting.
Levels are pretty good. You're in block mesh. You're in block mesh.
If your level is fun, I'd want to play it again. Guess what I'm doing? Not that.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's been a kind of a learning process. On the path that I worked on, like it was a lot of fun to make, but then watching someone else play and like realizing like how like hard and like terrible it kind of was, like maybe, oh shit, like I don't know if I'm good at this or not. We've been working on this one for a long time now, and like it's just kind of we're kind of like spinning. I don't want to say we're spinning our wheels, but it's just been a long time, so it'd be kind of nice to like start fresh.
Oh really?
Yeah, because they were here for
The one here?
GDC.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's
so tiny. So tiny.
It's a handle.
Yeah, it's like a 6+.
So, yep, what do you got there, Duncan?
So I have a test level, and this is kind of how it started. And then I just rotated the whole test level and put it on the wall.
So the world space got moved.
Yeah. So that smooth transition is what we're going for, and hopefully you can sort of go all the way around and smoothly transition onto other surfaces. But the camera doesn't really have much time to change how it's looking. Raz doesn't really have time to adjust. The camera immediately flips, he immediately rotates. So this is the sort of main proof of concept for now, and then we'll see how it goes later.
And so like these are also, they're not like perfectly aligned, but I can probably jump across.
Oh hey, there's more of an
They put
animation
that
in
in,
there.
yeah.
All right, good. That's at least
was
something.
yesterday.
Woohoo!
This is a nice perfectly aligned one. We can also go vertically. This is where Zach was like, I'm gonna mess things up
Gonna make
by
things
putting
not work.
bumpy stuff everywhere.
And Devin was like, haha, I unintentionally, without trying at all, made this work.
It doesn't go off, if the bump is too big, it won't go.
So there'll be some tolerance on the collision. This is one, if it's easy to fix in the short term. Oh yeah, this is good. So that we will have some stompinators in the game. But it is
the behavior we get is way better than I would expect. Like the fact that he is stuck in the ground like this is fantastic.
There was one small one that, if it was just animation based, would be nice to fix sooner rather than later. And then we can do some timing puzzles and stuff with it. So if you imagine that was a thing that was moving up and down, and you had to grab the monkey bars and get across before it crushed you, then it would be fun.
This is brand new.
Yeah.
Have confidence in it.
No, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. We're gonna do this. We want to support this kind of stuff. I'm going to guess. No, what?
It sounds like I just came out of the closet. You're like, listen, we want to be really
your mother
supportive.
and I,
we love you.
No,
Art school sounds really cool.
Whatever, we'll love you no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like the intention, but I don't think that would be
Was clear at all?
Yeah, there was no part of running through that made me think I had to go there.
Hey.
Or that there was
There's
anything
work
even
to be
outside.
done.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
It's been cool to see like how much thought goes into a single like set piece in a game. So like to think that there's going to be over the course of this game like 200 or so things that we'll have to put that much thought into is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's workable. The other thing that we want to have support that I think is going to be really useful is the wall climbing. So the idea is you'd be able to be on a wall climb. It goes upside down. It becomes the monkey bars. It goes around the other way. It's wall climb again from the opposite direction. It goes down here, and you stand up, and you're on the floor. And so you'd be able to have a mix of like V-poles and climbing surfaces and floor jumps and things like that to make something like that work pretty well.
Is a little tough right now because those primitives and the player moveset aren't fully online. We're building the railroad as the engine's going down it. Like, you know, we're laying the tracks in front of the engine, and that's it's just where we are.
Also, so today is the last day of this sprint, so please update your stuff. Tomorrow will be the first day of the rest of your life and the next sprint, which is also the end of pre-production, right? That's our last pre-production sprint. So if there's anything that you sitting at your desk are like, oh my God, I can't believe this team does not have this particular thing handled by the end of pre-production, what are they thinking? Now's your last chance to bring that up. Not right this meeting, but I mean, I feel pretty good about where we are. There's a lot of stuff that's not done, but there's a lot of stuff that is done. But
we should have that exit be a relatively strong exit. So if there's anything technically or creatively that you feel has been dropped, please bring it up during sprint planning, and we should try to get it done. Unless, Duncan, do you want to do your announcement before you demo a thing or after?
Yeah, well, you said there's an announcement, so.
But it could keep people in suspense.
I could. Today is the last end of the sprint for me because this is my last week at Double Fine, as some of you might have heard by now. Sorry.
Say hi to Matt and all them over at Oculus.
Yeah.
Yes.
There are reasons that I'm leaving, but that doesn't mean that I'm enjoying leaving. Like it's really hard to say goodbye, and I think Psychonauts 2 is going to be a great game. I think the people working on it are all amazing, and we've built a great team.
But in the short time that you've been on the team, you've been so incredibly productive that you have something to show for everybody this time around.
So I'm going to show you all some fun gravity things. Some bittersweet gravity.
Bittersweet gravity.
Yeah, and stuff already went flying. But we have all sorts of weird spline things like ladders working in relative gravity.
We can now do Sasha's
cube. Yeah, it's done. Sweet.
Sasha's cube. I'm only going to show this to two sides because those are the only ones I tested before I checked it in at 3:59.
Try another one. Try another one. Do it. 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 Land on the ground. That's fine.
I'm gonna miss this place. It's gonna be hard not to work on these really cool games anymore. But I think we're in a good place.
Really, the most amazing timing is, as you were saying, it's going to be hard for me to leave this place. Monica walked by in the background doing something incredibly weird. It's just like, yep, it's Double Fine.
So Duncan's done a lot of hard work for us in the past, from the ridiculously hard report of the cave. Part of it is especially because I've gone through leaving myself. I understand how hard it is to leave this place. And I think, when it happens, I think we also have to look at the things that they've worked on and their impact in this studio and the things that they've done and acknowledge it and talk about, this is what you've done here, and we really appreciate all the things that you've done, and we're going to miss you, not just as a coworker, but as a friend and family of the studio. And so, thank you for all that you've done, and good luck.
Thank you. Let me try not to.
All right, we have one other thing to show. Aaron has been working on a helpful tool for level teams.
I've been going through and adding some visualizations in the editor for the level primitives, so that when level designers are placing all these little items for platforming and all that, they know what things are going to link up and sync up and do what they expect. So now I actually have a little visualization that when you select H-poles, it'll highlight the regions in which the other H-poles must lie in order for them to connect up. Jumping from this H-pole to this H-pole would not connect, but that would. The bouncers that Key made had visualizations before, but you had to play the game and have a property on them checked. Now when you select them, it just does it in the editor as well.
Does that update if you change the target?
Yeah, oh yeah. And so yeah, there's the bouncer at the bottom, takes you back to the top. And you can see the path it's actually going to take. The other thing is it highlights in gray the target that the bouncer is shooting for, and then in blue it shows you where it's actually going to end up as far as the physics system has predicted it. So this means if you accidentally place a bouncer somewhere that it's going to, hit something in between, it'll let you know that. So if you have other level primitives or other things in the game that you'd love to have little debug visualizations for in the editor, let me know, and I can work on getting those added in. Hopefully save people time.
That is sorry, it is really hard to understand what that is. That is a...
Is that a monkey bar?
Monkey bar.
That's what I thought it was.
Thank you.
Oh, it looks great. Wow, that must have just gotten fixed.
Yeah.
And maybe there would be some Zelda crack-esque
Crumbly,
giveaway
yeah.
that they're crumbling.
Older on their way out.
So it's like something that you're basically
Raz's energy is kind of disturbing them. And
Yeah,
Oh,
as
okay.
his energy is leaving his feetsies, there it's also making the ground crumble beneath him.
Oh, cool! There's giant swords falling on you now. Yay!
Those moss spores?
Although having one of those slice through a piece of geometry, like you being on a thing, and then the goes like this, and then the thing falls away.
Sideways.
One of the things that is nice about the area now, and I actually feel like when I run down here, it is encouraging me to explore a little bit more, which is really, really nice. And I like being able to run around the shield and see the different paths as I run around and open up different lines of sight through the area. So it's feeling a lot better.
And then when you exit the area, I feel like you sort of like had a little journey through there, and you're like, oh, now I'm on the other side.
Yeah.
So I wanted this reveal to be nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we talked early about also making sure that we get a custom camera for this place.
The composition of all this stuff is much, much better. The way that you enter spaces, the way that the path is stretching in front of you. Wow. Oh, yay!
Oh, I'm gonna wait until see if it breaks, and if it doesn't, I'm not gonna qualify it.
You're not gonna qualify. It's unqualifiedly awesome.
Yeah, I was joking. It's really cool, and nothing's wrong with it.
Is there a different return path?
Woo! Well, that was awesome.
Oh my god! It got me.
Man.
I was sloppy. I knew that was going to happen. And I really like, for instance, where we got the helmet level 2 in terms of whiteboxing. Like I think there's a lot of really cool ideas in it.
It makes a lot more
Because
sense
Ryan
now.
seemed like mad last time. Remember? He was like, "This has been a consistent note every time we've looked at this level."
It's one of those experiences that we can look back on it and say, like, yeah, I think overall, especially, it worked out the way we wanted it to, which is really good.
Good job, you guys.
All right. Yeah, it's a good job.
It's cool to see our first white box play through it. It's hooked up to the hub. We have a video game happening here. First one.
You're basically done.
Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, it was way more positive. I can't tell if that's because it was way improved or if it's because they were like, well, we're tying this off today regardless. So.
It was improved a lot since the last time, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think. Well,
you
especially
put in
'cause-
a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh man, all these extra things I have to do to being on this team.
I know, it's tough.
Yeah, whoa, mushroom.
That's what I was trying to show earlier.
So what were you thinking with is this a squash and stretch test or?
Then you get to the end.
I like the tooth. Sticking right out.
Somebody put him out of his misery.
Get gifts of all of this stuff.
It's party hat day, apparently. I don't know what's going on, but.
Thank you for the club.
You're like a big unicorn.
Today, doing whatever art I need to do, catching up.
Because I've never sat down in my life and tried to build platforming paths in 3D.
Yeah, I've never worked on a platformer either, to be honest.
At what point do we need to address the camera a little bit more too?
We don't have as much done as I'd like to have done, but that's kind of always the case. Here?
This does not exist right now.
What does exist? We're going to kick off another brain, so we're going to put Helmet on hold.
Have you talked about what brand that might be?
I don't remember where she put it. She's got one where she's got the full Raz, like...
What's a Crystal Skull? Why is there a Crystal Skull in the game? You know that's the worst indie movie.
I know.
Why is it modeled? What's happening? What did I... Oh my God. I am back just in time.
I know. Well, yeah, we don't have an art director. So I'm not paying as close attention to everything.
I'm kidding. It'll be fine.
I don't think it's fine. I think we actually wish we were doing more important things.
Is there anything else you'd like from me?
No, I mean, just the thing that I said about Helmet's brain is like, knowing what you know about that brain and all of the key scenes, like, does it make sense? Do you see a path for it to be a good Psychonauts mental world? You know, does it have everything we need? It doesn't have a super great sense of place, and it doesn't have a strong cast of characters. You don't go in and discover like different aspects of his personality, and so it's a little bit of an outlier.
Geez, how do you fix that?
I don't know. Maybe there's
those
multiple
all seem
helmets.
structural to the like. It doesn't seem like the setup is that lonely boat.
Yep.
It seems to be
lonely
like
boat. Yeah. So that's more just my question for you of like if you're confident that you can still make that level work from a writing perspective.
Because I was expecting when you pause it, it's like, oh, pause it, and then when they do the second level, it'll be awesome, and they'll look back and be like, oh, you know what, we totally.
Yeah, there will be for sure.
So I don't know if I want to say that right now to them.
So the answer is no then.
Well, I'd rather get ahead of them on whatever the next brain is going to be a little bit, so I can provide some of those answers, so they have a little less tap dancing they have to do around the hookups.
Is that so? Perfectly honest, do you want to like? Is this driven by you would like to provide more work for them, or sorry, you'd like to do more work up front so they don't have to do the work, or you're not happy with the solutions they came up with and you want to make sure there's stronger direction in place?
Well, I feel like there's narrative things I feel like are my job, which are like telling the bigger story of the Psychonauts.
Right.
And I feel like there's a handoff.
Yeah.
With the level at some point. And I feel like we didn't quite get to the next runner and had to throw the baton this time. And I'd like to get a little closer where I feel like it's natural for them to pick it up.
Yes. And I guess my question is there, do you feel like in the case of Helmet, the solutions they came up with are good enough or not?
Well, I feel like we're still hand waving over much stuff and saying it's a writing problem, but I feel like I guess I would like to answer those writing problems ahead of time, because then you can support them in your level design. You can be like, oh, we really want to emphasize that you need the brain for this reason and have that show in Helmet's level.
Well, or like the thing that happened with Helmet, they hooked onto the small details they did have, which was he's a Viking.
Right. They took what, that's what I'm saying. I think the concept was underdeveloped, and so they took the only details they had and they made a whole level out of it. And I feel like we should at least provide a rich thing here, and then they could have a choice of things to develop, and then.
All right.
So, and I bet if I think of anything, and I think of anything that really makes me excited about talking about it, I bet they'll get excited. We'll all get excited together.
Yes.
And then that will be great.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's go look at the brain list. Or not. We can do it another time.
Come on, Levi.
Okay. Let's do it.
Thank you for reading the brain list. So we're just going through it to familiarize everybody. Bob Zanato, who's Lily's uncle, who's Truman's brother, who was older and friends with Ford. And he came to fight Maligula and stayed in this town. And he has this brain where when he's drunk, it's like this flooded town, and it's all just underwater. And then if you can sober him up, it's dry, but then the ghosts come back to town. So it's like a haunted town or a haunted house that you can get rid of the ghost by flooding it. And
have you settled on the level you're going to move to next?
I think we decided on drunk.
Yeah, the drunk one.
If you think the problem is that he's a drunk, and then you dry it out, and then you find out what his real problem is.
That he's haunted by his past. He's haunted by all these memories of the.
But that has really fucked up like implications where you're
It's very
sobering
fucked
a guy up and
Yeah.
then like knocking him off the wagon to change the state of the world.
That's the thing that kind of gives me the most pause on this level. Is like it seems super sad.
It seems like we'll have to be way more careful.
I think Raz should have to jump out of
his mind and then just upend a bottle into his mouth to change the water level in the...
Cameras are on. Cameras are on. You got to turn the mic off before you. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, again, the town drunk, the one where the narrative surrounding context is at least resolved. Yeah, like that was well, we could do it. We could figure it out. That's when the way that Helmet. We're like, I'm not sure why he's there, but.
Level review, all kinds of reviews, and decided on which brain the team's going to work on next. So that's cool. It's Bob Zanato's. Today I have lunch with a possible art director candidate, and that's everything. All right, awesome. What?
I wrote a thing.
You wrote a thing? All right.
Let's all go live in the woods.
Yeah. Yeah. Some shit's gonna get kicked off.
Some shit's gonna get kicked off.
Okay, Bob Zanato. So, setting the scene here, Bobby Z. All right, Bob Zanato is Truman's
possibly great
brother or
Truman's uncle.
Truman's uncle.
What we were thinking and looking
that
at
makes
the
him Lily's great
timeline.
uncle, who she probably never knew.
Yep.
Because he's been gone all this time. He was one of the original Psychic Seven.
Yeah.
He specialized.
He's in herbology. That's in the colony backstory document. Yeah, he studies a lot of herbology. I had somewhat new thoughts about Bob.
Okay.
If you want to hear him now.
Yeah. Sure.
This is another way that we could do it, and it would change some stuff. And it could be done really bad, or it could be done well. I don't know if we could.
We should do the good one.
Probably bad.
Let's do the good one. But if it sounds bad, you guys just pretend I never suggested it.
No, we had a meeting where you pitched the idea for this character to the team that you were not really comfortable with how they were going to accept it, or?
Oh God, did I come off as? Could everyone tell how nervous I was?
It is cute when when you can tell how nervous he is. I mean, so that's more just like of somebody who's like been doing it a very long time. And it's like, oh, they still get nervous when they're pitching ideas. That's fine. And that's not less about Tim and more just sort of like, yep, that's just how that never gets easy when you're talking about something you think is cool to somebody for the first time. You're like, here's this thing. See, I tend to think he's a little overprotective of that stuff. He keeps stuff very close to his chest until he feels like it's like good enough to withstand people.
Wait, so is he not like a crippling alcoholic, but someone who just drinks at night?
That you also can be an alcoholic and just drink a night. So.
That's not. Yeah, it's actually not. Yeah. Wait, is he like an alcoholic or just like one of us who drinks all night long? Right?
Somebody who gets really drunk every night.
But he's just a normal person with cans of soft drinks all over his desk. Okay. Does not have a drinking problem.
I should go.
He just turns out to be peach schnapps.
No, I mean that was sort of my assumption of that sounds all like what's already there, what we've talked about before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm only here.
All right. Now, branch point.
And you go in there, it's revealed like, holy crap, Bob Donato's not dead. He's just hanging out here. And also, someone else says he didn't want to come back because there was a bit of a love triangle. Ooh. Right. Okay. Hold on. Then you drain the ghosts. You fight the ghosts.
You do a level.
And you find out the love triangle he was not in love with. He was in love with Ford.
Whoa.
And that's part of the whole thing with what the ghosts are about as well. That was just an idea.
Love it.
What? It's like whenever you're trying to like tell a story of something that's not your personal experience, and you're pitching it to people that may be actually their personal experience. It can be fraught with peril, and you don't want to do it wrong. So that can make you pretty nervous. It's going to seem silly later to have worried about that, but when you breach those kind of like I don't know if we've ever done a gay character in a game, and the first time you go through there, you're like all nervous about it, and you're like, I don't know why we were so worried about that. But it could be that he just didn't want to go back to, like, if he was in love with Ford and he finally realized in that battle, I was like, that's not going to happen for a lot of different reasons.
He went into self-imposed exile.
I'm not going to go back to the colony. You know what I mean?
Like
but
a real hunk when he's
Have you
young.
seen- He's pretty dashing, yeah. He's got like a Buster Keaton kind of thing going on.
The part of the story that
He didn't age well,
makes
right?
me, yeah.
His eyes sort of went.
None of us fucking do.
As he got older.
The part of the story that feels feels a little like really to me is the like is everyone in love with Ford? Like what is the deal? Like
This is something I need to explain to younger people all the time. Older people actually used to be young, and they actually, and this is going to upset a lot of people, they got it on a lot. You know, the second house changed so much. That was an end of an era when that battle happened. So there's really nothing for him to go home to at the old colony. He doesn't want to hang around with fractured Ford, and he feels like he needs to check out of that situation, I guess. We definitely dealt with some heavy topics in the first game. I think we're just a little bit more older and have more empathy towards the human condition, so we want to make sure we kind of lucked out a little bit with the first game, that we didn't just blunder into some incredibly insensitive stuff.
yeah, but it throws Ford under the bus too, right?
Yeah,
like it's just like there's no reason to.
You just don't reattach that part of his brain. He's got a little homophobic slice, and you just leave it out there. No, but I mean, in general, it comes from people you meet. That's why I think, doing writing, you have to get out there in the world and meet a lot of people, because it's like you think about actual people, real people that you know, and you don't replicate them, but you use them as inspiration for how these things happen. And I think it's just as hard talking about maybe a gay character as an alcoholic character, because you don't want to, I'm not personally alcoholic, so I don't want to be disrespectful in dealing with that. We definitely want to have them be authentic and true and not exploitive, but we also are a lighthearted comedy, and we don't want to pretend that we're doing a textbook about psychology. We're entertainment piece that is a humanistic entertainment piece, so that's all we want to be. He'd probably never told anyone his whole life that this is the case, right?
Except in the cool hippie commune. It could be that within that environment, he thought he finally had found a place that he could be open, and he did make a public declaration, and he wasn't accepted.
But they seem to really embrace it. They're like, oh yeah. And then they totally changed it and made it something totally different. But
I do like the idea of Helmet being his partner more than Ford.
Oh, just he and Helmet were gay and happy, and then he thought Helmet died.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Could be really interesting.
It establishes the rainbow bridges, though.
That's offensive.
Yeah.
We always knew.
It's okay.
We always
knew. So many rainbows in
his brain.
So I was like, oh, that wasn't exactly what I was pitching. Okay, if you guys got something, I mean, if they have something that inspires them to come up with a million more ideas for their level, then they should just run with that.
So I wrote up some backstory that, just as a proposal, that takes a lot of the stuff Tim wrote and fleshes it out. Raz hops into Bob's brain as he emerges in a brightly lit Mediterranean cliffside city, but Raz immediately feels uncomfortable here. Everything and everyone is is too big for him. He begins to wander the streets of the city, walking between the legs of the two tall citizens, and begins to get a grasp of the layout of the brain.
So
Can we talk about it after?
Okay.
What were you?
So we can't have scale things. Like I think I need to like axe that. So the thing is that the idea that everyone is actually much bigger than Raz introduces a technical challenge that we don't necessarily need. So if we don't need it, if we don't absolutely need it, we shouldn't use it. I guess.
Sure. I mean, like anything, yes, it'll be more work. So I mean, it seems like your main point is you don't feel like it's worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand what is this realizable within the variants that we'll already have for our characters, which is going to be very, very large. Like Raz versus the largest characters in our game, the largest NPCs, is going to be a pretty big difference.
As a tech liaison, it's my job to just point out when things might get like you might be adding extra complexity to something like this.
Sure.
So that's all I'm saying. And I personally, I'm not crazy about the idea because of the metaphor thing, because it's like it's the brain, like it's the brain's view of Raz rather than Raz's view of like the brain.
I don't think it has to be either, because I think it could just be the state of the brain and how we experience it.
My coffee's the name of my home. Goes to my coffee dregs.
Jeremy,
What?
would you like to talk
Why?
about your problems with the story?
No. I don't think it's that bad. You guys, it's okay.
Jeremy doesn't like the backstory stuff.
I didn't say I hate the story.
That is why I asked.
I put that in the notes that you hate the story.
See?
All right, I'm sorry for saying.
Stenographer.
No, I
Can
don't-
we
I
get
don't
that?
mind.
Sorry.
No, it's. I just want. If you do, I want to know why, so we can.
I didn't get it at first, but you guys kept pushing me to fucking give you guys a reason.
Okay.
You guys wouldn't just let me back out of it. You just kept pushing me. Jesus.
You know, I think what inspires them, maybe coming up with thinking about the narrative a lot, is what's going to give them gameplay ideas. But it's really when their gameplay ideas click in that we can really talk about what the level is going to be. That's what they're working on now, so we'll see where that ends up. Okay, I gotta go hear some pitches.
All right.
You guys, good meeting. Hello, Victor. Have you ever done this before? I'm trying to remember. Did you pitch last time?
Nope.
It's your first time.
Yes.
That's awesome. And except for we're starting to set up schedules, meetings for AFP, Amnesia Fortnite pitches. Amnesia Fortnite's a thing that we do. Did we ever talk about what that is? No, I'll tell you later. It's a game jam that we do, and everybody in the company is invited to pitch, encouraged to pitch. And some people meet with me in advance, and we can kind of hone your pitch together. You got a one-liner for me? One-line pitch.
No, but yeah. I want to make a outdoor adventure VR game. I've talked to you a little bit about like the kayaking portion of it.
In some ways, the Amnesia Fortnite process is still part of the lore of the company. The elders speak of it to the younger generation, and it gets passed down. So Amnesia Fortnite is when we take a break from what we're doing for 2 weeks, forget what we're working on before, and split the company into small groups, and they each have 2 weeks to make a game. We started doing this in the middle of Brutal Legend because I thought everyone was getting kind of bogged down with, you know, this one game for 4 years, and it'd be great to give everyone a break from that. Okay, I'm ready. Anyway, it's not a disaster, it's an experiment. Some of the games we do are just to prove out some, like, what if, you know, we had one that was like, what about augmented reality? This is way before people were talking about that. And we just did a test with that, and that was cool. So people can do crazy ideas for Amnesia Fortnite. It's not a totally alien concept, like we're just gonna stop what we're working on and make smaller games. Some of the choosing and the public stuff and the voting seems kind of crazy to people and pitching, but they figure it out. But every time we try and get it on the schedule, everyone's like, oh no, there's so much, it's like so much work. And people who are running projects are like, no, we're busy.
I mean, I think if you said, would it be good for the team to just take 2 weeks off and go relax and recharge their batteries? Like, yes, that'd be fantastic for the team. This is going to be kind of exhausting work for a lot of people, and hopefully the change does help people. But I think some people may come out the other side of it, more exhausted. And then there's just the pure production brain, which is like, yep, you just took 2.5 weeks out of the schedule for this project. So,
I think even from our first Amnesia Fortnite ever, some people were like, we're so under the gun for our schedule, how could you possibly stop things for 2 weeks? And some people were mad the first time we did it, but it's just there's never a perfect time to do Amnesia Fortnite, and you always just try to stick it on the calendar, just like put it there, it's there, everybody work around it. It's 2 black weeks on the calendar that you can't plan anything.
When does the next sprint end? Well, next sprint is done Tuesday.
Okay, and what's AF in relation to that?
I think AF is right after that, whichever
I see.
seems worse, whichever seems better. What is it like after AF? Like, what is? It's like the day after AF finished. AF finished, and now everybody comes to work the next day. What happens? Is it nothing? Is everybody just
Saturday? Is that right?
and then everybody takes up? I don't know. I haven't been here for one, so.
But it's definitely worth it, I think. This would be a chance to like just branch out and just try something that maybe isn't planned to like, this would be a Double Fine game, or maybe it could be, but just, I encourage everyone to really just reach for crazy ideas.
Who's pitching for AF? Is it almost everyone? It's almost everyone. It is like a social cooperative WarioWare in VR. No, what?
Yeah, no, that's good. All I heard was money, money.
Yeah, I mean, for AF, I mean, I wasn't sure I was going to do it at all because I'm leading Psychonauts 2, and so I'm pretty busy, and the idea of like just doing rank and file work on somebody else's team for 2 weeks seemed pretty awesome. But I have a big list. I have a big giant list of game ideas. And he really liked this one, and as I thought about it more, just sort of like doing it in the format of AF, it seemed like a fun project to do. With one player in VR, and that player is quickly taken through a set of different challenges which are in completely different environments, and you're a different person. So like maybe you're a cat, or maybe you're the president.
Oh man.
Meanwhile, the people outside of VR are given clues that are kind of oblique and strange and confusing, and they're all yelling at you about what you should do in VR.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. Approved.
Oh, good. We're making
Do
that
it.
one.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, maybe.
Are you guys doing pitches? Are you two doing one? Asif's doing one. I know Asif's doing one.
I have gotten a bunch of pitches in my office already. We filmed them, and it just reminded me of why I love Amuse Your Fortnite, because it's just like this huge explosion of creativity, and we find out like everybody in the office has an idea. Asif.
Yes.
Would you like to pitch a game for Amuse Your Fortnite?
Yeah, I will tell you about my idea. So it's a third-person action platformer where you have a limited amount of time to forage for the finest ingredients before preparing and plating a meal that will prevent giant ravenous gods from eating the human race.
Are you feeding the gods?
Yes.
Okay. So you can make a giant meal.
Yes.
Like with bulldozers and stuff? Are you bulldozing things into place?
I will get to that.
All right.
So the gameplay is divided into 2 stages.
That's it. Okay. Any other questions about AF? We're all around. You don't think? Okay. Let's talk about projects. How's Psychonauts 2 doing? What did you guys do last
Psychonauts
week?
2 is going swimmingly. Imagine this level as it's built is like, have you ever had a stack of really dirty dishes, like not washed dishes,
Right
fill
now.
like all your dishes until all your dishes are dirty?
Field trip.
Yeah.
You've got townspeople that are hidden away in their houses. They haven't come out for a while. But then maybe when you're in there, the water raises again. And you have this surreal thing is like seeing a city underwater. So you would have the view of water on the outside while you're in someone's like kitchen having tea with them or something
That's
like
also
that.
awesome. So like a hanging garden is, it's like vertically arrayed. And that could be another thing, like where the thing is rickety and like there's the town, and as the parade moves around, it's what's causing the thing to, and everybody gets over here and the whole thing goes, and all the stuff happening with Bob's level is super exciting. It's all really good.
Oh yeah?
All really good. Good stuff.
New stuff?
Good. They're exploring. A lot of exploration.
Cool. Did they pick a setting yet?
So
wait, why is everyone gathered?
Who's also super drunk, so his inside of his brain is all filling and draining, and it's a big Mediterranean city with a party going on. It's gonna be awesome. We'll show some stuff in this meeting when it gets further along. The hub block-in continues.
Psychonauts. This is what's going on in Psychonauts.
Exactly.
That's all we needed from you.
I don't know. You know, actually, I'm not up to date on the latest. I know there's this idea of like maybe everything's too tall for Raz or something like that, but I've seen a little bit of that in the document, but I think we're gonna have a meeting soon. Maybe even today. What are we talking about?
Talking about Bob Z and the incredible new ideas that this team has come up with.
So it is a hanging planter. And
right, so like as you do stuff and as water sort of gets poured into it, it would like slosh in different directions, and like those cables would creak or snap or move, and each of those 3 levels, I'm imagining, would like react to having water pushed into it. Is the
Exactly.
idea? Like little,
Yes.
Yeah.
What makes you guys choose a hanging pot? Just in my head, I feel like a hanging plant feels really stable to me. Like it wouldn't tilt unless it was swinging a lot. Like it wouldn't, you know what I mean? It's hanging from a rope. It would be absolutely.
Well, when you
like,
pour, the idea is you pour water into it, and the water drains, and the whole thing. As
so
the
like
water.
the ropes on one side would buckle. Is it? You know what I mean? Like the way that's hanging, it looks like it would never tilt.
But some of those supports have already snapped away, and so the thing is on more of a pivot.
Yeah, but then you're getting away from like what people might recognize as a thing that actually exists. Like who would no one would ever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This seems, yeah. I don't know. Like
And
a
one more
solvable problem.
thing I'm trying to figure out is how you make every like frame of it look special and unique. Because once you zoom in on this, does it just look like you're in a village? How do you make it look like? You know, because like all of art, we always have this issue where the concept art always tells the story, but then when you go into player scale, like you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you can make it feel miniature. And you want to.
But I just mean if you zoom into that, it's just.
It's not about pots anymore.
It's not about pots anymore. It's more like you're like just in a village.
And do you think that problem is more than just establishing it?
I mean, even like Waterloo World, you're always looking at the hexes. Black Velvet, you're always looking at that aesthetic, and like the stage, you're always looking at the stage. Everything always looks weird every frame because of the world that you've chosen.
It seems like that's just a problem that's not solved yet, not a problem that's unsolvable.
I didn't say it was unsolvable. I just don't know how you're going to do that yet. But yeah, if you guys have ideas for making that.
The more I think about it, I really like the idea of pulling the camera out.
I wouldn't count on that as a technique.
Sure.
Just because it's going to be constrained by what we need to do for gameplay.
Sure.
So the stronger theme then is the miniaturization. Like this is what you feel is special about the level is that it's
visually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the end result would be kind of like the Pikmin level or the Bugs Life level.
So it's like, oh, here's a tree, but it is just like a blade of grass, or like maybe not that small, but yeah, a fern. I guess the thing about like how do you always know you're in this location from inside the level seems like a visual problem or a visual thing. Not even.
Well, yeah, and a totally solvable one.
Yeah, I mean like even Waterloo is like it is visual. It does that like you're always seeing these hexes.
Yeah, but it's in the basic premise of the level is that it's always going to look weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think this thing is super visually arresting, and I can totally imagine that working and having the mix of tilt shifty. I feel like I'm super small in a big Bugs Life pick-me kind of world. Plus, as the water comes through, there's like these little rivulets of water that cause the level to slosh back and forth, and then everything tilts, and there's a whole bunch of like little kinetic elements that open and close and move around because of that. And then you delve down into the dirt, and there's like the second layer version of that, and then the creepy ghost at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's exciting to me is the idea of that cute Lilliputian thing plus the like pretty heavy stuff we're dealing with in the level.
Yeah.
Seems really interesting.
Putting you on the spot, like how do you feel about if this goes to White Box? And Psychonauts 2 is a level that has a sort of terracotta hanging garden at a miniature scale where the thing getting watered causes it to slosh back and forth and all kinds of like kinetic water puzzles. But like,
I think kinetic water puzzles are an awesome thing to do. Yep.
Last week we had a good meeting about Bob, and we're getting real close. And today we're gonna get even closer.
Same.
I was in maybe a different meeting from you guys on Friday. Felt like it was like 9 hours long. It's gonna be a big thing to figure out.
Yay! Bob Z, folks.
Thanks, Bagel.
Stay behind.
Are we in trouble?
No, we're not in trouble. But I will tell you what I think is going on. We need to have a smaller format, more brainstorming meeting. I think a lot of the fundamentals and core structure and everything are pretty solid, but we're still sort of grasping at the overall like organizational high concept, kind of visually and thematically. and I think it would be good for us just to sit down and like, leaving aside the baggage that we already have, like just talk about some of that stuff and see if we can come up with anything that we like better, and if it fits with what we have, or if it changes what you guys have already talked about. Because it feels like right now it's sort of putting an overlay of high concept onto a structure that already exists, and I think that is maybe not. I mean, it's been as productive as it's going to be, and really focus it on more of an open end. Tim has to, yes.
Okay.
So we'll do that later in the day.
You getting pizzas?
The high concept was good, but the execution of it wasn't something that I think is going to be workable. And I, circle back with Tim to talk about that. And I think, we both agree that okay, the real feedback is that the level needs a stronger core high concept that people can kind of immediately grasp structurally and be excited about. But I don't think that one is workable.
On this project especially, we have to make it clear to everyone involved that that is the goal of the project, to not do the typical. And to every time you get an assignment and think, your first thought is well, here's a way to that you could do that. And then you should need to have a second and third thought after that. Well, here's a less typical way to do that.
But I think he was right, and I think it was something that multiple people had said, that the level needed a more direct and arresting high concept than it currently had, which was a lot more like a standard city feel. So. But at the end of the day, we're not going to make something unless we think it's not going to be. We all think it's going to be super awesome. So you guys need to, and we need to.
And the basic setup thing that I like, not specifically, but in general, is just that there's a problem. There's ghosts all over.
Okay, yeah.
He floods the area. That's great. Problem solved. There's ghosts, but he's eroding the village or whatever. He's doing something bad that way, and you show him another way of okay, look, let's deal with the ghosts. That being the basic setup.
Let's talk about some high level images and structures, because I feel like that's what is missing. Okay, you've got a big wobbly stack of stuff that drains and moves around, and what could that thing be? And so I'm it could be a stack of dirty dishes, or it could be, you have a drawing of all
Those
the
were
little...
pots. Just the idea of him living in squalor and the stacked up dishes is kind of representative in the sink of people kind of just not caring anymore.
I had a friend who I was working on cars with, and he was living alone. His girlfriend had dumped him, and he was just I just don't feel like doing the dishes. I've done them in a while. And his entire sink, his whole counter, whole kitchen was just empty, dirty dishes. He didn't want to do this. He was in some weird mental state where he just didn't want to. It could be gross, but it could be you're in a mashed potatoes igloo. Or you're just kind of
Frito pie. He's just been eating junk food.
It might be unbearably gross to play in that level, but you could do this.
It's how they have in Mario. They have the sweets levels. It's it's all cakes, everything. It's like that, except it's all gross.
Yeah, it's got the gristle from the meat someone spit out.
Jesus.
This is disgusting.
Leftover food Dutch landscape.
Yeah, exactly. And then you draw a little dried gravy trail from the mountains of mashed potatoes, that leads past.
I have a question. Does it feel like this overall idea solves the problems we had with other ones?
Well, if we do it well, it seems like it kind of creates an iconic, surreal-looking image. And if we figure out, how to place Bob's struggle in that, and I think that would be another thing to do. But it does help. It's a very memorable visual and kind of neat idea, I think. It solves that problem.
I do wonder, should we spend any time talking about the old idea and seeing if there's a way to fix that?
Other
high-level concept visual stuff? Because I do still, and it's just because we haven't spent a lot of time on the dish idea, but I do still feel like there's most of the other idea is still very strong, and that what's missing is fixable. But I could be wrong also. Yeah. Okay.
Well, the dishes appeal to me was that it's wrong to have a big stack of dirty dishes. Everyone inherently knows it's wrong. I'm just trying to get in one image and indicate there's a problem, and then if you can indicate how Bob's struggling with that problem. It's just a village floating in the air just isn't anything.
No, I totally agree.
So the dishes thing might have problems and stuff, and we don't have to go to the dishes thing, but is it any more clear when you imagine the picture of Bob trying to do the dishes and someone bringing in more and more dishes all the time, or just Bob sitting there not doing the dishes while there's a big pile of dishes? It's more surreal because it's grounded partially in the real world, and not a place that you would find in a fantasy novel, or a place that you'd find anything else except for a game about psychedelic metaphors and dreamlike imagery. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of the stuff for Psychonauts 1 was done intuitively, and it was also thrown away in production 7 times. And we're trying to sort of avoid that by doing more of this work up front. And so I don't think there's anything at all unusual or bad about the situation that we're in. And I just want to make sure that you guys all understand that. This isn't oh God, why are we having so much trouble coming up with an idea? We're trying to figure out how to articulate what makes some ideas good and some ideas bad, and we're figuring that process out together.
Some of the levels were in the first pitch for Psychonauts, some of the levels were described in it, And then some levels, it was like a year into production, and we just had no idea what Milkman Conspiracy was going to be. It wasn't called Milkman Conspiracy. We just knew there was a paranoid level, and it wasn't until we were all at lunch. I always remember the first versions of all the levels in Psychonauts 1. I remember some of the older versions of them, and Mia's level, and all these levels that went through so much iteration that I had to remind myself that, because the first versions of the first Psychonauts 1 levels were not good. At least not right away. It took a lot of throwing stuff out, redoing stuff.
Fun to think. Think all day.
People have been sort of struggling to come up with some concepts, and maybe taking a step back might refresh.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Ask me on the other side of that.
Please join me in welcoming Carol Shaw to Double Fine Productions. Where's Carol Shaw? Where's she? Stand up. Carol, what have we hired you here at Double Fine to do?
I am the new VP of Development here at Double
Yay! Exactly. Right. That's awesome. Making the games. You're in charge of making the games, so good luck with
Thanks.
that. Do you know what Amnesia Fortnite is?
I don't. It's like Bagel Day?
Yeah, it's like exactly.
Yeah.
Very good. I would like to ask your cooperation. Could you guys help us film a brief introduction to our Amnesia Fortnite video, which is just us saying Amnesia Fortnite is starting? Slide in there. Slide that way. Are you how far over here? And it's just gonna be me being like, hey, you guys, you know what time it is? And then no one knows what I'm talking about, and someone's like, Bagel Day, or we're just gonna improv it. You guys, fuck it, we'll do it live. Okay, ready? Nothing is gonna go wrong. Hey, guess what time it is?
Boxing Day.
No.
Negative Halloween?
I don't even know what that is.
Purge?
No.
Is that in your dryer?
The name is on the box. Okay, see? One take. You guys are the best. All right, sirs. Can't believe we're doing this again. We've learned nothing.
Fortnite?
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with Amnesia Fortnite?
Right in your neck. This is crazy.
What's sticking right in my neck?
The scissors.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see anything. What are you talking about? How could it be sticking in my neck?
Just
the perspective.
Do you want me to move it?
Yeah, it's fine.
Look. There.
It's better.
There. Okay. At least it took you a while to find it. What happened last week in the world of business?
Lots of things. The biggest is AEF is coming up very soon. Yes.
What is inside there?
God. Creepy.
Castlevania like 4?
So Amnesia Fortnite is when we take a break from what we're doing for 2 weeks, forget what we're working on before, and split the company into small groups, and they each have 2 weeks to make a game.
That's so fucked up.
And we got to test, 4 junior project leaders.
Yeah, I did. What is that? It's awesome, right? It's cool.
It also just generates a lot of ideas that have turned into some of our best games, like Costume Quest and Stacking, Once Upon a Monster, and Iron Brigade. A lot of our games have come from Amnesia Fortnite. I have gotten a bunch of pitches in my office already. We filmed them, and it just reminded me of why I love Amnesia Fortnite, because it's just like this huge explosion of creativity, and we find out like everybody in the office has an idea. Look at this gaming shit.
He's like always on the floor, so like.
I love that setup.
There's a lot of
characters
things.
only on the ceiling.
Yeah, I do too.
It's a musical action RPG where you sing to save the world.
Sing to save the world.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Survive in a dynamic ecosystem where your actions impact the evolution of other species.
Oh, you're the natural selector.
Before preparing and plating a meal that will prevent giant ravenous gods from eating the human race.
Are you feeding the gods?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's based around like
giant plants.
Well, small plants, but they feel big.
Tell me your game pitch. Do you have a one-liner?
No, I don't have a one-liner.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Too good for one-liners.
No, I'm not too good for one-liners. We
Let's
just
hear it.
haven't gotten to it yet. I mean, basically, one-liner is like a social cooperative WarioWare in VR.
A lot of good ones on here. Derek Brand.
Hello.
Hello. Good
Hi.
to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back. This is
Thanks.
not your first time in the office.
No.
You've in fact pitched and run in a Music Fortnite project before.
Yeah.
Mnemonic.
Yes.
Mnemonic.
Remembered.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was cool.
You got picked
It was
before.
fun.
What was that like, pitching and then getting picked?
It was terrifying.
I think that's a nice sign that Derek is doing it again, like, because he had been thrown into the lion's den of leading a project when he never led that before. He's a really quiet person who mostly just sticks to himself and just does his thing. And here he was put in charge of a project and being filmed and having Brad on his team was very, the opposite, very boisterous and outspoken.
What would Brad do? That's what I ask myself all the time. What would Brad do?
I would probably look really hard in the mirror and be like, I've never fucking made a story-based game in my life. What the fuck am I doing right now?
Me neither.
So then you take a deep breath and you be like, fake it till you make it, and just keep, do it. Just start doing it.
And he went through all that, and he wants to do it again, which I think is a great sign, because even though it was hard, he still found it valuable, I guess, in some way.
The game that I would like to pitch to you is I have different names for it, but right now it's called Empty Vessel. And it's a game where you use a unique pottery wheel mechanic where you craft these little golem warriors that you then control into battle.
On a wheel?
Yeah, you make them on the wheel and then you control them into battle against each other in like a multiplayer team-based game.
There's a kill over in the side.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the game. Kill. With an
Kill? Oh, that's pretty good. I'm looking for a name.
Pottery Harm.
Pottery,
Right? There's another great.
Thank you.
Yeah. No matter what your position is, if you've pitched a game and gotten feedback on it and seen what people thought of it, just getting that out of your system helps you a lot. It teaches you a lot. And it kind of like gets the crusty grime out of the end of the pipe, the creativity pipe, your ideas come out of. You just gotta keep ideas moving. I feel like sometimes momentum is more important than loving this, I have this crusty thing on the end of the pipe that's just gonna be someday a perfect thing, and I'm gonna do it. And you're just in love with your ideas, and I think you just gotta share them with people and have them get either developed or shot down so that you can move on, because creativity is this endless process you should do every day of your life. I just figured out that Music Fortnite is the best thing ever by saying that out loud. Okay.
We're up. Okay, we're up. Okay, good.
It's time for Music Fortnite.
Perfect. It's all working. Okay. Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know who's going to win. I haven't cast my own vote yet. I need to. It's going to be political, though. Like, Greg will see my vote.
Oh, gosh, it feels like literally anything can get picked.
I'm a little nervous just because I think I might claw my face off if I was picked, but in a good way.
Since we went public, it's all very clearly high stakes, and I know that creates a lot of stress for people, but I feel like it makes everybody step up. It makes like some of the best final products we've had, and I feel bad because it's not, Music Fortnite is not here to make people miserable. That's just a side benefit of it.
Winning is like a really exciting, awesome thing, but also comes with like this huge pile of stress. And so,
like having led a project in AF before, I also know how super stressful it is for the everyone involved, but also especially the project lead. So, yeah, I'm kind of going into it as like any news is going to be good news.
I thought about it for a long time, but actually, I feel like I made my selection the moment it was pitched. As soon as it was pitched, I was like, oh god, I think that's the one I'm going to pick. Time to announce our official selections. So first we're going to start with the hardest decision, my decision, the executive decision. But the game that I picked was one that I just thought was really, it was cool, it was experimental, and it was really new, but it was also, I could see it was really simple, and I could see us making an actual really, really fun game in 2 weeks. And that's, I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. Zach Rapunjin. Come on up here, Zach. The internal. Now it's time to see who you all voted for. But your official selection for the internal vote is Kiln by Derek Brand. Yeah, Derek Brand. Come on up, sir. Hey. Good job, good job. And now the external voting. My heart is pounding a little bit. Darwin's Dinner, Devin Kelly Sneed. And the final one, oh, this can't be right. This breaks a lot of rules. The Gods Must Be Hungry, Asif Siddiqui. Holy cow. Come on, Asif. Come here. Come here. Take.
The fourth wall just crumbled.
We don't even know if he shows up on videotape. Stay over here. No, you don't get to hide anymore. And you're gonna learn about your friends. Your friends at Two Player Productions are probing, and they're gonna be putting you on the spot. Yeah, Chad. All right, you only have 2 weeks. Get to work. Okay, bye.
Idea for Bob's Bubble. Hello. Friday was Amnesia Fortnite Madness, and today will be Amnesia Fortnite Madness for me. Really? Yes, as I try to I have to go write a presentation to give to the team, to give to the future team, my darling future team. Also today,
welcome. This is the next stage in our Amnesia Fortnite process where we've selected our games that we're making, and the project leaders of those games are going to come up here and tell the team at Double Fine about what those games are in more detail, and the team gets asked some questions because they're going to leave this room and they're going to go indicate which game they would most like to work on, and then we'll start the process of assigning the teams and breaking up into 4 groups.
Hello, everyone. So my game, which you probably heard of, is called I Have No Idea What I'm Doing. I subtitled it here a VR parlor game. So like a parlor game is like charades or 20 questions or something that you would play in a mixed group of people. It's really easy to get into. It's very rules light. It's silly. It's fun. You can kind of play it with anyone, anywhere, which was sort of my goal for making this concept. And the idea is that one player is in VR, and they're thrown into a variety of strange and disorienting situations where they have no idea what they're supposed to do or, in fact, like who they actually are. And then the people outside out of VR, all the rest of your friends, are given clues that help give them some of the information about what you need to do, but they also need you to describe kind of what you're seeing and where you are, and I'm in a forest, and I think I might be a bear or whatever. And then you have to kind of yell back and forth to try to figure out what to do in a very short amount of time. It's basically just a minigame collection at the end of the day, a VR minigame collection. But within that, there's just a lot of open-endedness for each one of those interactions. And then there's just other like logistical stuff of like we're developing for VR. It takes a lot of like startup time. It's hard to test stuff at your desk. So that whole like logistic part of it also is going to be a big drain on the project.
So game setting, you are on an island with creatures. Those creatures, within a species, they have natural variation among various traits, size, speed, spikiness, things like that. And you can hunt the creatures to collect food. But the important there is the genetic algorithms for passing on the traits that are still present in the surviving population. I mean, I'm not sure it's going to work at all. I think we can make it work, but like, it could all go wrong, and that's fine. I don't think it would be as interesting of a concept to prototype if we knew it was going to work.
Okay, hello. This is Kiln. Hi. First of all, I wanted to thank you guys for voting for Kiln. I'm glad you saw some potential in this weird-ass project, and I can't wait to work on it with you. Just as an overview, this is a third-person game, multiplayer, team-based brawler. And you have 2 teams, and you play as these little useless spirits. And this is a magic pottery wheel that your little spirit can use to craft a body for himself that he can go and try to beat up the other side.
And the way that we're going to do that is to take this idea of mini games and make them huge. And you're going to be small within that, and you will be running around and guiding the ingredients through these ridiculous cooking contraptions in order to get them ready for plating. I'll be honest, I don't really know exactly what I need, just because I have not done this before, ever. But this is sort of what I'm turning in. And yeah, I am pretty much a baby at game design. So anyone who wants to step in and work on that with me and making this fun, I could really use your help.
But just by having observed game development for the past 8, however long it's been, number of years, that you have a slightly better expectation of how things happen and how it'll come together.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, right? It's just like, I can watch every episode of CSI and I have no idea how to like solve an actual crime. So I think what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks is going to be the real learning experience.
Asif's trying to hide behind the camera. Come this way. Come here. This way, Asif. Yeah, this side. This side. See that? Look at that. Right there. Look at that. See that? Please summon your first team member in the most dramatic way possible. That wasn't very bad. Yeah, Ryan. Zach. Aaron. Yep. All right. Where's Devin?
Seo. Jeremy to do that.
Rusty. Oh, that was awkward.
Tim, you want to come over here?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I would, but it sounds hard. All right. May the odds be ever in your favor.
So, it's AF again.
Yeah.
You're here.
Yeah. Yeah, and helping out with whatever.
Are you going to work on, which projects are you going to work on, all of them?
Whatever anyone wants me to do. I was kind of hoping to do some like background rocks and kiln. I think that would be cool. And I've been doing concept for Gods Must Be Hungry.
A lot of stuff is a little bit alien to me, especially like where 3D lighting is concerned, you know, and stuff like that. And I felt like I had maybe 5 different things that I needed to do and time enough to do 2 of them. It wasn't like a lot of busy work, it was a lot of like giving people direction on stuff. Have turned the cooking process into something physical. So not abstracting it with a mini game, but physically carrying stuff around, manipulating them in the pan, running them through like giant blades if you need to chop them. Everyone here is amazing and they know that like I need help, so like they're taking a lot of ownership over their respective roles, and that's helping a lot too.
So we can end up having like screens and modern technology, but as long as there's like the old stuff there as well.
Yeah, I really like that a lot.
That'll be good.
Just having like a clay oven or something would be pretty rad. I'll pick your brain and pick a face.
Face. This one has a mask. It's got a lot of accessories. I know you want this one.
Yeah.
So do you want to just do this one?
Let me see the other one again.
We had a really great brainstorm, generated lots and lots of ideas, so I have to go through that and figure out what the things we're going to build as sort of pilot content. You're a vampire and you're trying to do your makeup, but you can't see your face. So how do vampires do their makeup?
Ooh. That's a good one. Actually, that's great. What if you had to paint your face and the people were telling you a little over to the left, and the people on the outside could see what you're doing?
And also Pendleton Ward showed up and came to our brainstorm and did some little doodles of stuff, and that was a pleasant surprise.
You're gonna see an old lady in a chair, and you're a ghost. You might be able to have enough time to recognize that you're transparent, and then you're just gonna go like this. And then you're gonna scare the person, right? 30 seconds? Well, I guess 30 seconds can last longer.
All right, so wait, and then Anna had one. And then we actually do have to be done
It's
because
okay.
I don't want to
Yeah,
do
it's
this forever.
fine. It's
What I'd
fine.
like to do is like, all right, let's get the one more first.
No, it's fine.
Do it. What is it?
No,
What is it?
it's done,
It could be the
it's
best
done.
idea. It could be the. All right.
So yeah, one core feature for our game is that we need to have interaction between the person who's in VR and the people who are outside. And so one way of doing that would be rendering one scene for the person in the VR headset and then show something completely different on the TV. Being day one, it's not too bad, but I'm hoping to get this taken care of sooner rather than later because everything depends on it pretty heavily.
Emily and our team worked on kind of an initial art direction. You actually see it, if you see it on my screen, this sort of like very, very bold, flat colors, not a lot of detail, texture, and material work, kind of going for like, you know, rubberized plastic sort of look, like plasticine clay, which should look like very iconic, very bold shapes, very easy to see, also very easy to make.
Jeff was building a world. Silvio set up the basic project, which kind of dropped a default character in. Gabe spent some time working on tuning the camera, so we got kind of the camera angle that we're looking for. And then we've just had a whole bunch of meetings to kind of plan out things that we want to do.
Silvio's still wrestling with like getting the light maps to build. So
yeah, he's having problems with Incredibuild on the build machine too.
This is what our environment looks like right now.
Yeah, I walked by like 10 minutes ago, and it was great because like on this screen you had this, and on the other screen there was like search results like, why is my landscape black?
Yeah. Like things like this look simple, but are deceptively difficult to make in 3D.
Yeah, and so I'm much more concerned about us being able to make the stuff because we only have 2 weeks. Like if that seems impossible, don't do that.
Yeah.
We don't have room for like multiple impossible tasks on one project.
Yeah.
There's so much noise.
Yeah.
Like this nice quiet.
I know, it's so quiet. You guys were in your meeting this morning briefly?
Yeah.
It's very quiet.
Yeah. Nice quiet team.
Yeah, it is quiet team. I like it. It's a good quiet team. Yeah, the bong wins again.
The idea starts with one person's experiences and knowledge and you know, creative influence, and then when there's a team working on it, you then get everybody's ideas kind of coming together, and that person helps filter it. You know, I wouldn't pressure anything that Derek wasn't comfortable with, so we're kind of building this tree of possibility space of where all the possible games that could be made from that core idea, and he's trimming the tree as we're going. So it's fun to explore that.
How do you guys feel about like having there be like an objective about carrying water versus just trying to destroy the other teams? There were some springs or
Water was essentially like the flag in a CTF map, right? Like there's a fountain that has water, and you
Yeah,
grab
if there's
it,
a fountain or a waterfall in the center,
and you grab it, and then you have
Yeah.
to get to the fountain and then get to their base.
then get
and
to their
dump the
base
thing in.
and dump it. I wasn't sure what to expect. I've never made a game like this at all. Never made a multiplayer game, for one, and I've never made a game that relied on physics at all. And I've never made a game, really. I've been a concept artist, not a game. So I'm just kind of going in and trusting the people that I'm working with.
How's everybody feeling? Everybody's really quiet. Is it because their cameras are here, or is it because we're looking at a broken game? Is the camera? There's a strong chance we just go down a rabbit hole on basic bugs, and I feel like that demonstrates amazing progress. Can somebody write down get physics working on the hands as a task?
Probably be under the whole get physics working.
I mean, it seems like it seems like
all related.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Well, then you'll get both tasks, and you'll be able to do both of them at once. It'll be very exciting.
Did you detect fun just now when you were playing the game, where you're like, I'm having fun?
No, not yet. I think the thing I'm waiting for is when we actually get the sort of social fun of people outside of VR yelling at somebody in VR who's doing something ridiculous and they're laughing back and forth. Any wake-up calls about what we're making, we'll get those pretty fast because they'll be like total randos, not total randos. Our lovable coworkers will be playing our game and giving us quality, stern feedback on the product as we go. So we're getting there. Got a little floppy fly swatter. Oh, it's like jointed. It's like, it's weird. Yeah, it does. We'll get there. It's fine. I have to leave today and tomorrow at 5 because my wife is out of town, so I have to pick up the kids and feed them and all the rest of that stuff. I will be in on Sunday, just trying to catch up and work ahead.
So, seemed like a good day. Had a pretty productive meeting in the morning.
The meeting this morning was very productive. Yeah, I guess we can just go through this first one, and then stop me if anything sounds crazy to you, or like we can't do that, or I have an amazing idea for how to do this. Starting with the shrimp car wash.
Sounds crazy to me.
Oh, all right. Meeting's over.
You want to give a certain amount of dose of like, wait, I'm not sure if we want to do that, but you don't want to do that too much because then it really stems like the creative output, especially at the beginning of the project, and like that's not a good way to go either.
Now I feel like everyone knows what they're doing, and everyone's just sort of off and doing that.
Has this been harder than the documentary? If for Amnesia Fortnite specifically?
No, because that was insane. No one should do that. I don't know why you guys are doing it. I think the biggest difference is that despite how busy it is and how much there is going on and how stressed I feel sometimes, like there are also the moments where I get to like have that like creative rush, and it's easy to get sort of high off of that. Whereas like when we were doing the doc, like we're just like in this weird zombie state because we're not sleeping, and like even though I know that I've edited the episode that I just shot yesterday to my satisfaction, I'm still super tired and just like not here. The only thing that like I would say that I don't think we've ever gotten on camera is just finding like a secluded corner somewhere just to like hide for 5 minutes. I needed to do that today for sure. I just like went upstairs to the floor above us and just like stood in the hallway for a few minutes and didn't like look at my phone or like think about anything. And then I came back and it was fine. I'm having a lot more sympathy for everyone that's like led the projects before, and for Tim especially.
Question for two-player: how much has Asif changed? Is he a big timing you guys now? Sitting in the big bro chair.
Sometimes I just come into that room and just take a what? I was gonna say something, but I realized I was being filmed.
Take a big note.
What's Jared doing back there?
He's muddling butts. I can't stop him.
So many butts.
He's unstoppable.
I got some butt cheek Sam on them.
Matt got some work done on the pottery tech, so we can make